finally, will you storm the voting booths to re-elect Donald Trump President of the United States? And if you do that, and if you get your friends and your families and your neighbors, I can tell you, on election night, when all the people in the media are licking their chops because they want to see the president defeated, the minute that Florida starts to turn and we get the vote in and the panhandle comes in, you're going to see all the smiles at CNN turn to tears, and they're going to cry. And we're going to have a great election night. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. God bless everybody.
All right, that was Governor Ron DeSantis there in Florida, speaking earlier at the campaign podium, waiting for President Trump to arrive in Sanford, Florida. We'll keep that live picture up for you. We're also monitoring this story out of Orange County, California, where you're seeing this white industrial-type van in a police chase. We always follow police chases here on News Now from Fox. They can be both riveting and sometimes uneventful, but we'll keep it on here to see what happens. And I do have some information on that per the police scanner there in Orange County, California, coming from our sister station at Fox 11 in LA. Apparently this is a stolen vehicle. Police cruisers are following kind of slowly because this vehicle is apparently stolen. We didn't show you this, but already one passenger has got out at one point and was taken into custody. And earlier on, a gun was thrown out of the vehicle. So clearly, this pursuit has been going on for some time, since all that activity has already happened. I'm being told that the driver keeps going around the same area, possibly in a loop. So we'll keep it on this right now. Doesn't seem like a very active chase since the van is stopped. And reminding everyone, this is all from scanner traffic. Sometimes these reports can be inaccurate. All of this information is coming in very early. But this is what we're hearing at the moment. And just to reiterate, from the police scanner, allegedly the pursuit is because of a stolen vehicle. Still waiting on many of this to be confirmed, but this is the preliminary information that we have. And you saw in that most recent shot several police cruisers behind this van. But for the last 5 to 7 minutes, I mean, this van has been at a very slow speed, between 25 and 35 miles per hour in Orange County. The van looks like it's turning right or in the right-hand turn lane. According to those police scanner reports, one passenger has already gotten out at one point and was taken into custody. You now see it's in the parking lot of some type of building, I'm not sure what, and police are very close behind. It seems like this could be ending very soon. Speeds are now at 10 miles an hour, barely inching along there. It happens to look like a Target parking lot. Seemingly in some strip mall. And he's back on the road out of that parking lot. And he just crossed a major intersection there. And looks to be gaining speed. So it seems like this is going on still. At no point will this be ending soon. It seems like he's picking up speed right now. So this pursuit suspect has been driving off and on the 405 freeway. This is the 405 in Orange County. This is in the Garden Grove area primarily. And we want to just pause for a minute here while we're following both of these stories. We have a live report out of Ohio. And with just over these 3 weeks until Election Day, President Trump returns to the campaign trail with a rally in Florida tonight, as we were showing you, following his coronavirus diagnosis, while his Democratic rival Joe Biden continues campaigning in swing states like Ohio. Fox's Ali Rafa is with us now here live in Toledo, Ohio. Ali, thanks so much for joining us. What can you tell us?
Hey, Andrew. Well, Joe Biden campaigned here in Toledo, Ohio, as well as Cincinnati today, as the Supreme Court confirmation hearings of Judge Amy Coney Barrett kicked off on Capitol Hill. Now, Joe Biden's trip to Ohio came against the backdrop of that, and Biden, well known for being a devout Catholic, said that Judge Barrett shouldn't be judged on her faith, but rather her view on the future of health care. He says that she and President Trump want to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. But as far as court packing, this is something that Biden has been asked about multiple times, and he seems to dodge every time. He's been asked if he supports adding justices to the Supreme Court if Justice Barrett is confirmed, and he doesn't seem to expand beyond saying that what Republicans are doing is unconstitutional. In the past, he's expressed opposition to court packing, but critics say his silence indicates that he may be for it, especially perhaps for his progressive supporters. He also says that because so many Americans have already voted, he doesn't approve of this going forward until we have a new president. And his avoidance of the question seems to really only add fuel to the fire. This became a major topic of discussion at the vice presidential debate last week between his running mate Kamala Harris and Vice President Pence. His running mate Kamala Harris largely avoiding the question as well. And because of that, I think this is not a question that's going to go away anytime soon on the campaign trail, Andrew.
Now, Allie, because Senator Harris has to be in Washington for these Judiciary Committee hearings, how is that shaking up the campaign trail? Is it Biden going solo for the next week or two?
So we know that both of these candidates are really getting their schedules packed. We know that Biden will be solo the rest of the week. Tomorrow he's going to be campaigning in South Florida, and we have just vague guidance for the rest of the week. But now we know that Kamala Harris is going to be out campaigning solo as well. So whereas before they would kind of take turns. When Biden was down, Harris would go out and vice versa. So both of these candidates are really getting back onto the trail, as well as President Trump, who, after his coronavirus diagnosis, has been cleared to get out and start campaigning again. And we know he's going to be holding a rally in Sanford, Florida later today. Tomorrow he'll be in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, a city that Biden campaigned in last week. Wednesday he'll be in Des Moines, Iowa, and so on and so forth. So with these a little more than 3 weeks left until the election, it's full speed ahead, Andrew.
All right, Allie Rafa there for us in Toledo, Ohio. She's been following the Biden campaign for the last year and a half. Allie, thanks so much.
Thank you.
And we are following all things politics here on News Now from Fox. 22 days left until the election, and President Trump has landed in Florida. We want to take you there right now. You can see Air Force One pulling into the hangar there on the tarmac. Tons of supporters waving their red hats, their red MAGA hats. It's almost 7 p.m. there in Florida. And we want to thank everyone for watching on News Now from Fox. We will have this entire rally for you live. But we want to go over now to another story that we were following out of Orange County. That car chase, that police chase has ended. We want to take you there now. And I'm getting up to speed here, but the chase has ended. And it looks like they are handcuffing a suspect on that police car. And we apologize for that. Our sister station, Fox 11, their chopper aerials zoomed out right when we were seeing the suspect get arrested. All right, instead, let's take it full now for President Trump. Air Force One is pulling up to the bridge right now. And for our viewers, we'll have a live report also from Sanford, Florida, from another Fox reporter right before the rally starts. And Air Force One's door has been open. The president was tweeting a lot during the flight from D.C. to Florida. Tweeting he wants states, including with Democrat governors, to open up and lift their coronavirus lockdowns. In flight, we also got an update from the president's physician and the White House press secretary saying The president has recently tested negative for the coronavirus, obviously a precondition for this rally tonight. His doctor cleared him. He said the president no longer serves a threat of transmission to other people.
Yes, no, we have that. Yeah, we're just we're trying to see if we can.
And we just want to show you that tweet from earlier from Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, tweeting a letter from the White House physician clearing the president.
Okay, no problem. I think we're going to have to stand down because we haven't heard back yet, but hopefully we'll have this resolved for that time.
In that letter, Dr. Sean Conley, the president's doctor at Walter Reed, said he can share with you that he has tested negative on consecutive days using the Abbott Binax Now antigen card. He goes on to say this comprehensive data, in concert with the CDC's guidelines for removal of transmission-based precautions, have informed our medical team's assessment that the president is not infectious to others. Obviously, this all comes amid the biggest news of the day, is the start of the confirmation hearings for Judge Amy Coney Barrett in the Senate Judiciary Committee. All the senators of that committee read their opening statements. In addition to Judge Coney Barrett, her family was in tow as well from South Bend, Indiana. This is Andrew Kraft, News Now from Fox's digital journalist, and we just wanted to remind for those watching that the president's last campaign rally was in Duluth, Minnesota on September 30th. Obviously thrown off track by his positive coronavirus diagnosis, having to be off the campaign trail. It's the first rally since then. There's only 3 weeks left till the election. And obviously Florida is a battleground state. Both Biden and Trump are trying to court the senior vote, those voters and likely voters who are 65 years and older, obviously a large constituency in Florida. While we wait for President Trump, we want to put up 2 screens to show you a Mike Pence event from earlier in Ohio while we wait for the president to get off Air Force One and come down to the podium.
To Lieutenant Governor Houston, Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost, my friend Congressman Troy Balderson, the State Republican Chairman, Jane Timken, all my fellow Americans near and far, it is great to be back in the Buckeye State. Happy Columbus Day. And it's also great to be here with a family business. It's created nearly 400 good-paying Ohio jobs. Would you join me in thanking Marty Savko Sr., Marty Savko Jr., and all the great men and women of Savko & Sons? What a great family. And I appreciate you all coming out today. But I'm here for one reason and one reason only. And that is that Ohio need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. It's on, Ohio, and the road to victory runs right through the Buckeye State. It really is great to be with all of you. You know, I had a busy week last week. I don't know if you got to see it, but I had a little debate with Kamala Harris over in Salt Lake City. Some people think we did all right. But let me be clear with all of you. Let me be clear with all of you. That debate was not just a debate between 2 candidates for vice president. It was a debate between 2 visions. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want higher taxes, open borders, socialized medicine. They want to abolish fossil fuels. They want taxpayer funding of abortion, defund the police, and pack the Supreme Court. Don't you doubt it. President Trump's vision? We rebuild our military. We cut taxes. We roll back regulations. We unleashed American energy. We secured our border, supported law enforcement, stood for life and liberty and the Constitution of the United States. And everything we've done obviously got them a little bit worked up. But I got to tell you, when the people of Ohio compare the Biden-Harris agenda with our agenda, the choice is clear. If you cherish faith and freedom, law and order and life, in 22 days we need you to re-elect President Donald Trump.
All right, there you have it. President Trump has now taken the stage for his first rally since recovering from the coronavirus. It looks like he's throwing out masks to people in the audience. Let's listen in.
day. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Orlando. Hello, Sanford. It's great to be with you. Thank you. It's great to be back. It's a lot of people. You know, our competitor, Sleepy Joe, he had a rally today and practically nobody showed up. I don't know what's going on. Sleepy Joe. But it's great to be back in my home state, Florida, to make my official return to the campaign trail. I am so energized by your prayers and humbled by your support. We've had such incredible support. And here we are. Here we are. But we're going to finish. We're going to make this country greater than ever before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've made tremendous progress. If you look at what we're doing with therapeutics and, frankly, cures, we've made tremendous progress. And I said to my people, we are going to take whatever the hell they gave me and we're going to distribute it around to hospitals and everyone's going to have the same damn thing. We've all endured a lot together, and we are doing better by far than we ever did in 2016. The enthusiasm's greater. The spirit is greater. We're going to have, if it's possible, an even greater and more important victory than we had just 4 years ago. And nobody ever said this fight was not going to be a hard one, but we will make it like you've never seen before. We are more successful now than we've ever been before. Our military is rebuilt. Take a look at what's going on with our economy. I hate to say to the fake news, we're about to hit another stock market record, 401ks. Sleepy Joe Biden, not a nice guy, by the way, I have to be honest. Not a nice guy. You know, people say, oh, he's such a nice guy. He had a very bad day today. He had a very bad day. You saw what happened. If I ever had a day like he had today, they'd say it's over. It's over. Now, Biden had a bad day. He forgot Mitt Romney's name. He didn't know what state he was in. And he said, today he's a proud Democrat running for the U.S. Senate. No, you can't do it. It's the second time. Can you imagine if I did that? It's great to be with you. It's great to be a wonderful developer from New York. They'd say, he's out of here. Get him out. Now, Biden had a bad day. He's got a lot of bad days coming. Look, we can't play games. The one thing I know for sure, President Xi of China did us no favor. President Putin of Russia, you look at around, Kim Jong-un, whatever happened to the war we were supposed to be in with Kim Jong-un, right? Kim Jong-un, they're 100% sharp. We have somebody running who's not 100%, he's not 80%, he's not 60%. We can't have this. As a country, we can't have it. Joe Biden is also owned by the radical globalists, the wealthy donors, the big money special interests, who shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, threw open your borders, and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in this ridiculous, endless wars, set of endless wars that we've been in for a long time. 19 years, they're all coming back home. You know that, right? They're all coming back home, our great warriors, our great soldiers. The corrupt political class is desperate to regain their power by any means necessary. We're the ones standing in their way. We're the ones standing up for the American worker, the American family, and for the American dream. And that's what we're doing on this beautiful evening. This beautiful evening in Florida. Oh, do I like Florida. Did we win Florida last time? Was that beautiful? We won it.
You know, everything I hear, we're winning by a lot. Then you turn on the fake news, they say, the polls are tied in Florida. I don't get it. I don't. We had the same thing last year. Remember, 4 years ago, we had the same thing. We're going to lose Florida, they said 4 years ago, by 5 points. They called that thing so early in the evening, we won by a lot. And we're winning by a lot more now than we were 4 years ago. 22 days from now, we're going to win this state. We're going to win 4 more years in the White House. We're going to make our country greater than it has ever been before. Thank you, man. Thank you. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And I used to say it in 2016. I'm sorry, at the time I thought it was. These people are crazy. We have to win. Most important we've ever had. Biden has made a corrupt bargain exchange for his party's nomination. He's handed control to the socialists, the Marxists, and the left-wing extremists, and you know that. And he's got no strength left. He's got no power left. He's got nothing going. If he wins, the radical left will be running the country, and they're addicted to power, and God help us if they ever got it, because we would never have the same country again, and you couldn't make a comeback. You don't make comebacks from where they take us. If I do not sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because, frankly, I'm not a politician. I'm embarrassed by the truth. And if I don't always play by the rules of Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder than anybody has ever fought for you. And I had a very nice life before this, I will tell you. A lot easier. But I love this, and I would have never, ever changed, because we are doing more for this country than any administration has ever done, despite the witch hunts and the phony stuff that we caught them on now. We caught them cold, and we'll see what happens with that. Just watch. Stay tuned. Right now, I'm fighting to make sure we eradicate the virus, rebuild the economy, and save our country from the radical left. We're hitting record stock market numbers, record 401ks, record stocks, record job numbers. Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Sleepy Joe wants to quadruple your taxes, you know, wants to quadruple. How about where he gets caught again? He said, oh, no, we're not going to give a tax increase, but we're going to terminate all of the Trump tax cuts. Well, that's $2,000 plus child tax credits, plus all of the other things. You're talking about $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a year. I don't think Florida's going to be paying that per family. And, you know, if you add energy into that, we have energy at an all-time low. We're energy independent. Nobody ever thought that was going to happen. And when you're paying less than $2 at the pump like you are, nobody ever thought you'd see those days again. And those days are here for a long time if we're smart. We've been beating China. We've been beating everybody. Until the plague came in, we were teaching China like they've never been taught before, and they know it, and they've told me that, and they never thought it could happen. And we're very soon going to be doing it again. We achieved all of this despite the fact that we caught them cold. They were spying on our campaign. It's our campaign. It's our campaign, not my campaign. They were spying on our campaign and illegally trying to take down a very, very straightforward and legally sworn-in administration. We were sworn in. They tried before the fact. They tried after the fact. We were an administration. And, you know, then they say, we want to know if you will agree with a friendly transfer of power. For 4 years, they've been trying to get us out of office. 4 years they've been trying to get us out. But we'll take care of it all after the election. We caught them cold. We caught them cold. Bad people. Crooked Hillary. And by the way, Obama and Biden knew everything that was happening, okay? Just in case you had any questions. We'll take care of it after the election. Joe Biden and the Democrat Socialists, but that gives you another reason to go out and vote. We got to get in. Because we don't, they'll just sweep it under the rug. Joe Biden and the Democrat Socialists will kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments, dissolve your borders, you know that, release criminal aliens, confiscate your guns, no more Second Amendment, get used to it, destroy your suburbs, and drive God from the public square. That's what's going to happen. You saw in the Pledge of Allegiance during the Democrat National Convention, they took the word God out twice. They said, oh, we made a mistake, excuse me, and then it happened the second time. We said, well, I guess that wasn't a mistake, right? Biden even refuses to answer questions on the packing of the Supreme Court. Nobody even thought of that for many, many, many decades. And that's what they want to do. They can't get there legitimately, so they say, that's all right, we'll just pack the court. We'll put a lot of super lefties on the court, and we'll have a whole different country. Nope, not going to happen that way. We're not going to let it happen. You got to get out and vote. You know, a lot of people said that I was elected because of the Supreme Court, because I said I'm going to put great conservative, constitutionalists, great judges on the Supreme Court. I don't know if it's true. But if it is true, it's more true now than it was 4 years ago, and you got to get out and vote because they're going to destroy our country, and they're going to destroy our U.S. Supreme Court, and we can't let that happen. But who would have thought we're on number 3? You know, other presidents have never had any. They've never had any. We're at 3 already, 3.5 years. And I will say this, it's driving them crazy. It's driving them crazy. And Amy is fantastic, a great intellect, a great scholar. I think she's going to be a fantastic U.S. Supreme Court justice. As America saw earlier today, in Amy's opening statement in the Senate, Judge Barrett, a brilliant scholar who will defend our laws, our rights, our freedom, and our Constitution like very few people would have the capability of doing. The radical left is hell-bent on destroying everything we love and cherish. They're enraged and unhinged out of vengeance, and nobody can believe what they're doing and where they're going, but we understand it. We understand their cancel culture. We're not letting them cancel culture us at all. We're proud of our country and we're proud of our heritage. They want to punish the middle class, expunge every last trace of traditional values, and replace the American dream with a socialist nightmare, and that's what it is. They want to turn America into communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela and ruin the lives of Hispanic Americans and all Americans. And I want to thank the Hispanic Americans down in Florida. You have been so incredible to Trump. Biden's agenda would be a catastrophe for Florida seniors. And by the way, you know, Biden was a big lover of Castro. You do know that, right? And you know the deal that I broke. You saw that right as I came into office. Obama gave the whole planet away to Castro, and I said, no, thank you, we're not doing that. That's why we just got the Bay of Pigs Award from the Cuban Americans. Thank you very much, and a lot of them are here. Thank you all very much, Bay of Pigs. For years, Biden tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. You know all about that. Now Biden is pledging mass amnesty and federal health care for illegal aliens. Now, we all have a heart, and we all want to take care of people. But what you're doing is you're telling millions of people to pour up into our country. We're going to give you education. We're going to give you health care. We're going to give you everything. We can't do it. We can't afford it. We can't take care of our own people. We have to take care of our people first. And if they let that happen, you would be decimating Medicare and destroying your Social Security. While I'm president, no one will touch your Medicare. No one will touch or hurt in any way, shape, or form your Social Security. With your vote, I will finish building the strongest economy the world has ever seen, and we were there. Last year was the greatest year in the history of the state of Florida, and I have to say it was practically that way for almost every state in the union. But it was Florida's best year. The year coming is going to be, and you're going to see a great third quarter set of numbers coming out very soon, just before the election. So I'm putting myself on the spot. The third quarter numbers are going to be record-setting, phenomenal numbers. Next year is going to be the best year we've ever had economically. But as I've done from the beginning, I will keep every promise, and I will always put America first. You haven't heard that, right? You haven't heard that from other people. Under my leadership, we're delivering a safe vaccine and a rapid recovery like nobody can even believe. And if you look at our upward path, no country in the world has recovered the way we've recovered economically or otherwise. Not even close. And if you vote for me, prosperity will surge. Normal life, that's all we want. We want a normal life. We'll fully resume. And the Florida tourism and hospitality industries that I know so well will reach historic new highs, highs like they've never reached before. Biden would terminate our recovery, delay the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, and annihilate Florida's economy with a draconian, unscientific lockdown. That's what he wants to do, lock it down. Lock it down, everybody. And you know what? If you don't feel good about going out, stay. Relax, stay. You know the risk groups, you know the older people. See, fortunately, I'm not an old person. I'm very young, and I'm in such perfect shape. Right? I'm in such great shape. You know, I said that the other day. What are you doing? I said, well, I'm very young, and I'm in great shape, perfect shape. And they said, Donald Trump misrepresented today again. He said he was in great shape, but he's very young. These people are the sickest of them all. But the World Health Organization, did you see what happened? They just came out a little while ago, and they admitted that Donald Trump was right. The lockdowns are doing tremendous damage to these Democrat-run states where they're locked down, sealed up, suicide rates, drug rates, alcoholism, death by so many different forms. You can't do that. And I want to just congratulate the governor and everybody in Florida. You're open and open for business and doing great. And we got to remember, I said it right at the beginning, the cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. Can't. The cure cannot be worse. But if you don't feel good about it, if you want to stay, stay. Relax, stay. But if you want to get out there, get out. One thing with me, the nice part, I went through it. Now they say I'm immune. I feel so powerful. I'll walk into that audience. I'll walk in there. I'll kiss everyone in that audience. I'll kiss the guys and the beautiful women and everybody. I'll just give you a big fat kiss. No, but there is something nice. I don't have to be locked up in my basement, and I wouldn't allow that to happen anyway. I wouldn't allow it to happen. When you're the president, you can't lock yourself in a basement and say, I'm not going to bother with the world. You got to get out, and it's risky. It's risky, but you got to get out. But it does give you a good feeling when you can beat something, and now they say you're immune. I don't know for how long. Some people say for life. Some people say for 4 months. I mean, every time I think about it, every time I hear them, it gets shorter and shorter and shorter because they want it to be as bad as possible. But it is a great feeling. I want to thank, by the way, Walter Reed Medical Hospital, Johns Hopkins. These guys are incredible. You know, we're 90% better now than we were 6-7 months ago in terms of a cure for people that get really sick. 90%. It's incredible what's happened. And with children, it's 99.9%. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. 99.9. They have a little better immune systems. We just learned that. Better than you have, right? Better than we all have. But we love our children. But we have to get our schools open. We have to get our businesses going back. We have to get our country rolling, and it is rolling. You're going to see that when the numbers come out. The Biden virus plan, and you got to remember, he took H1N1, which he always calls N1H1. He gets it mixed up. I said, no, Joe. H comes first. But it's called the swine flu, right? And his own person, his chief of staff, said that it was a disaster the way they ran it, a much less lethal problem, but a disaster the way they ran it, a total catastrophe. It was so bad. It was so bad. And then he says, I'm going to tell him what to do. But when I locked down China, he thought it was a terrible thing. He called me xenophobic, right? When I locked down China, which was in January, months earlier than what he said. Then ultimately he admitted I'm right, but then he said, oh, he should have acted faster. Well, this was months later. Then he says I should have acted fast. Nobody acted fast like I did. I also shut down, locked down Europe, if you remember. And the bottom line is we saved millions of lives. When this first came out, if we didn't do a good job, they predicted 2.2 million people would die. We're 210,000. We shouldn't be at 1. It's China's fault. They allowed this to happen. They allowed it to escape. They allowed it to escape China. But 2.2 million people would have died. Just remember that. Just remember that. A fact they don't like talking about. I have such respect for the people of this country, the way they've handled it. It's been an incredible love fest together. That's really what it's been. And sympathies from all of us to those people whose family members have died, whose friends. I've lost friends. I've lost friends. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You're going to love me even more. You're going to love me even more because we're years ahead on vaccines and they're going to be distributed very shortly. I mean, frankly, it's a big political deal going on where they don't want it to be before the election. Don't let it be. But we have great vaccines coming. Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer. I mean, we have great things happening with the vaccines. I think even greater with the cures and with the therapeutics. And maybe it's why I'm here with you. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. I know one thing. I was very happy to take it, that I can tell you. But through Operation Warp Speed, we're on track to have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of this year, and they'll be delivered by the military, and they're all set to go. They're waiting for final approval. And that vaccine will end the pandemic, but we're also launching a historic effort to bring your medical supply chains back home. In 1996, Joe Biden voted to obliterate Puerto Rico's thriving pharmaceutical industry. Remember, they used to have a great pharmaceutical industry. He cut it out. And when he cut it out, he sent Puerto Rico into a nosedive like nobody's ever seen before. So we're bringing it all back, and we're bringing it back to Florida, too. We're bringing it all the way back, taking our jobs away from China. We're bringing them back from China. I'll reverse Biden's catastrophic decision. We'll bring it all back. The drug industry's coming back into Puerto Rico, coming back into, by the way, Pennsylvania, coming back into North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, coming back into Michigan, coming back into Ohio. We're bringing it all back. Last month, I also announced an additional $13 billion in disaster relief for Puerto Rico and for Florida. Have I taken care of Florida? Hey, have I taken care of Florida? My administration's allocated over $60 billion. And if you look at Florida with your great governors, your last two governors have been great, your two senators, great. They're always calling and asking for money, but I guess that's what they're supposed to be doing. And I'm always giving it when it comes to Florida. The Panhandle got hit really hard over the last 2 years. We took care of the Panhandle. So days ago, I was honored to receive the endorsement of the governor of Puerto Rico. Can you believe that? Right? Wanda Vasquez Garcet. And she was so nice. And we're also joined by several great Puerto Rican community leaders, Jay Rosario, Gabe Ruiz, Daisy Lopez Cid, Myra Guzman, Kozlo, and candidate for Congress, Dr. Leo Valentin. Please, where are you? I'm not going to say the best, but I'm just about the best thing that ever happened to Puerto Rico. You better vote for me, Puerto Rico. You better vote for me. But I'll always be fighting for Puerto Rico. It's very unfair the way they were treated by Democrats. And while Biden will surrender your jobs to China, your country and your fellow politicians, and I have a lot of great ones right here, including your governor, wow. But we're never going to we will never allow ourselves to even think about surrendering to the left-wing mob. They're on the run. They're on the run. Better not have them have a little bit of a victory, because if they have even a little victory, it's not going to be good. I'm bringing our jobs back home and putting violent criminals behind bars. I'm working with your political leaders. We've also directed the FBI to immediately investigate the destruction of the Teddy Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln statues in Portland, and to prosecute the offenders to the fullest extent of federal law. Biden supporters are causing mayhem in the streets. If he wins, there will be nothing but bedlam all over the place, but he's not going to win. If he won. He may be the worst presidential candidate in history, and I got him. I got him. It actually puts more pressure on you. If you ran against a great candidate, there's actually less pressure. You want to know the truth. Thank you. Thank you. Now we want to keep our country great. We're bringing it to a level that it's never been. Our military has equipment, the likes of which nobody has ever seen, no country has ever seen, all made in the USA. Rockets, missiles, tanks, ships, the likes of which, jet fighters, bombers, tankers, the likes of which no country has ever seen before. Our nuclear arsenal is the strongest by far in the world, the strongest it's ever been. And hope to God we never have to even think about using it. And the way you won't have to use it is to have it. At our debate, Biden could not name a single law enforcement organization that supports him, not one. And that's because, and by the way, did Vice President Mike Pence do a great job? Right? Did a great job. But it's because Biden and Harris, that's another great one. There was nobody so mean to Biden than her. Nobody. And so brilliantly, I said he can't pick her because nobody treated him as badly. Although I will say this, had Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren Biden, because he's now alienated the left, he's alienated the right. Nobody knows what the hell he stands for. How about Pennsylvania? He goes to Pennsylvania. For a year and a half, he's against fracking. The day he gets the nomination, through a little luck, because she didn't get out, so she took all of Bernie's votes, right? But gets the following day, he said, I'm in favor of fracking. But he's not. And it doesn't matter, because the radical left will never let Pennsylvania and Texas and Oklahoma and North Dakota and Ohio, never let them frack. That's over with. But can you imagine? And the press, you know, which is fake and corrupt, the press never said, have you ever heard him ask? No, have you ever heard him ask once? Well, wait a minute. For 1 year you said there will be no fracking. And he said it strongly, right? You know, read my lips, right? To use an old expression. Read my lips, there will be no fracking. That didn't work out too well. So now he goes and he says there will be fracking. Not once have I heard the question. Not once have I asked why Hunter was able to take $3.5 million from the wife of the mayor of Moscow. Not once have I heard these frauds back there. Not once have I heard the fake news. Not once have I heard him say $1 billion If you don't change that prosecutor, you're not getting the $1 billion. And then he goes, whoa, the prosecutor was changed, a prosecutor against his son. Not once have I heard them talking about that question. Can you imagine if we did that? And on top of everything else, the Democrat Party declared war on our great police and law enforcement. That's what it is. So I proudly received the endorsements of the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Association of Police Organizations, the National Troopers Coalition, the International Union of Police Associations, the National Latino Police Officers Association, the Florida Police Chiefs, and all of these incredible organizations, plus all over the country. And when I asked them, name one organization, give me one organization during our debate where he was saved by the moderator about 4 times, he couldn't answer it. Name one law enforcement organization, he couldn't name one. Then I said, say the words law enforcement, just say it. Couldn't do it. He couldn't say it. We're joined tonight by a great group of people, warriors, really warriors. He came to me a couple of years ago. He said, sir, I want to run for governor. I said, Ron, I don't know, do they know you well enough? But he was a great defender and a brilliant guy. Harvard, Yale, top of his class, smart as hell. Nobody knows how smart. Don't tell too many people. He likes to catch you by surprise. But he's a great, great guy, and he's been a great friend. I said, all right, I'll endorse you. I endorsed him, and the rest, he went like a rocket ship, and he handled the pressure. And his wife, Casey, is better than him. I've been saying it for a long time. Governor Ron DeSantis in Casey. Great guy. Great, great couple. Great, great couple. Smart, brilliant. Sit down, please. Really just they're a great group of people. Those people are great, and he surrounds himself with incredible people, with the exception, of course, of Representative Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz. You talk about a warrior, right? Ron, what do you think, huh? Matt Gaetz is a great man, a great gentleman, and what a future he has. I don't know if I'd swap it, but I think I might. Great chat. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. John Rutherford. Where's John? John. Thank you, John. Mike Waltz. Mike. Thank you. Thank you. Nice couple. Gus Bilirakis. Gus. Congressional candidate, somebody who's supposed to be potentially a superstar. Now, we've heard that a lot. Sometimes it works out. It's going to, in his case, Scott Franklin. Scott. Thank you. Oh, he's got the look he could be. That's good. That's good. Hear good things, Scott. Going well. How's he doing? Ron, he's doing good. Ron says you're doing good. Good. You got to win it. Thank you, Scott, very much. Kimberly. Where's Kimberly? Kimberly. Thank you. I watched you coming in speaking. I said, that's a lot to follow. Kimberly is great. I want to thank Kimberly. And finally, we're joined by a group of amazing supporters who recently walked away from the Democrats and will be voting for us. We have a lot of them. A lot of them. And a lot of them in law enforcement. A lot of law enforcement. They were Democrats. In some cases, they left their parties. In other cases, they just said, no, we're voting for Trump. I said, why are you doing that? We have no choice. I said, you're right. You're right. But nobody's been better to law enforcement than I have. You know, when I first came in, we gave away hundreds of millions of dollars of military equipment that was in storage. Wasn't doing anybody any good. It was collecting dust, probably paying rent all over the place. That's probably why they had it, come to think of it. Boy, look how far that crowd goes back. Hey, cameras, will you please? Oh, man, look at that. That's into those hangars. Wow. You know, these are the real polls. So when did you hear about this meeting? Like a day ago? These are the real polls, right? The other guy gets out there and they work and work and work, and 30 people show up. They put them in those crazy circles, right? They only have the circles because that's the only way they can fill up the room. It's true. But that's a fantastic group of people. Thank you. Same thing over here. I wish the fake news would turn the cameras. You know, for a long time I didn't think the cameras moved that way. But then anytime there was a little sign of problems, they could twist around like a pretzel, and I realized they could. But they don't like to show those crowds, but that is a massive amount. I don't know how many people are here, but you got a lot. I want to thank you. So this evening, we're also praying for all of the families on the Florida Panhandle affected by Hurricane Sally, and I will tell you, Ron and Marco and everybody, I'll tell you, Rick, everybody's been calling and calling. Matt Gaetz has been driving us a little crazy. Matt, you could take it a little easy. But that's what somebody that's good is supposed to do, right? You're supposed to call. But we take care of the Panhandle, and we're doing it at a level that's never been done before. And I've done it, I think I can say, right from the beginning, right? I tell the story about Ron DeSantis. He came to see me. He just became governor. We had a hurricane. Sir, thank you very much for the money you sent to the Panhandle in Florida. I appreciate it. Good, Ron, good. I hope it's enough. Good. Spend it well. I get a call like 3 days later. Sir, could I see you? Now, I'm in Washington. I say, you don't have to come up. Tell me. No, it's very important. Sir, comes into the Oval Office. Sir, could we have an extra $500 million? I said, Ron, will it ever end, Ron? And one thing I found out, it never ends for the Panhandle and for Ron, but we take care of it, right, Ron? We take care of it. Great people. You have great people. They're warriors, I'll tell you. They're warriors. They're fighters. We need more people like that, I will tell you. Last month, I approved a major disaster declaration for the state of Florida, and I'll be with you through every step of the rebuilding, and you'll be hit with others. The one thing we know about Florida, you're very good at this stuff. You get hit by hurricanes, and you rebuild fast, and it's incredible. I've watched. And you don't want much help either. You're proud people. You're incredible people. You put it back together. But we're there for you all the way, and we're there monetarily, and we're there with FEMA. And I think, Ron, FEMA's been incredible, haven't they? Right? Yeah, they've been incredible. Thank you to FEMA. We have a lot of FEMA people here, right over there. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Biden has inflicted over the last 47 years with that ridiculous, dumb thought, NAFTA, TPP, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization, a disaster for our country. You know, China is considered a developing nation. I stopped that. China is considered a developing. In other words, China, they're so wonderful, they're developing. Isn't that nice? Now, by being a developing nation, they get much more benefits than a nation that's not a developing. So I said, well, we're a developing nation, too, if they're a developing nation. And we just won, you know this, we just won $7.5 billion from the World Trade Organization. Just one. And from the World Health Organization, I took us out. They said, why'd you do that? I said, number one, they were wrong on everything, although they corrected themselves today and they said I was right, or the lockdowns. But I said, number two, why are we paying $500 million a year? And China, which has 1.4 billion people, is paying $39 million a year. Explain that. They couldn't explain it. It was very hard to explain. So I took us out for that and other reasons, okay? So we'll see what happens with that. But these are the deals. I could go over hundreds of different things with you, and just common sense. I mean, common sense, what we do. Think of it, World Health Organization. We have 325 million people. We spend $500 million. China spends $39 million, and China dominates them. I said, does it work that way anymore? Does it work that way anymore? They'll take us back in so fast at much less money. For decades, our politicians spent trillions and trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. But now we are finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs and our factory and our troops back home to the USA. But those dismal days of betrayal, and that's what we were betrayed by our own politicians, whether it was on purpose or that they were just plain stupid, will come back with unprecedented force if Washington Democrats are allowed to take control again. We can't let it happen. You have got to get out and vote. Sleepy Joe Biden, and it wasn't him, it's the people that control him. He's controlled totally. Has put forward the most radical platform in American history, including a plan to eliminate U.S. borders. Oh, that's wonderful. Where's our border? We don't have one. Just come in, everybody. Come on in. Come on in, everybody. If you're a murderer, if you're a rapist, if you're very, very sick with a disease that can spread all over, just come on in. Now, you know, we're up to almost 400 miles of wall. Nobody talks about that anymore. And we now have the tightest, safest border in our country's history. But we're up to almost 400 miles. It'll be finished very soon. And it's top of the line. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. But by implementing nationwide catch and release, imposing deadly sanctuary cities, nationwide, they want sanctuary cities. That's what they want. I don't even think, I'll tell you, I know a lot of people in California, they don't want sanctuary cities. It's like the politicians want it. I don't think the people want it. But they want to suspend all removals of illegals out of our country, whether they're murderers, rapists, thugs, bank robbers, they don't care. They want it suspended. You almost say, where the hell are they coming from? Where does the thought process come? It's demented. It would mean the total nullification of all U.S. borders, overwhelming every city and town in America, including this wonderful place that we all love very much. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history, and we're finishing that wall. It's going to be finished and so beautiful. Wait till you see that. Wait till you see that. A few more months. We're doing 10 miles a day. And by the way, Mexico is paying. They hate to say it. Mexico is paying for it. And Mexico's been great. You know, Mexico has 27,000 of their soldiers on our border. And I said, you have to do that, otherwise we're going to have to charge you tariffs because we're not going to stand for it when people are pouring into our, and we have the worst laws because Congress over the years has made it so weak. If you're a soldier and you talk rudely to somebody, they end up giving you the electric chair, okay? It's so horrible. Mexico has been great. 27,000 soldiers we have. See, 27. Now, the electric chair comment, they'll put that, he's exaggerating. He shouldn't do that. They are sick people. But it is true. We have 27,000 Mexican soldiers guarding our border. And you know what? They don't play games. They don't let them through. And if they do let them through, we get very angry with Mexico. So Mexico's been great. The president of Mexico's been great. We're putting a border tax on for cars and trucks that go across. It'll much more than pay for our wall. Starting soon. Remember when the old days we used to say, we'll build the wall, everybody thought there was no way. You know, it's one of the largest projects in the history of our country because you're talking about a lot of miles. 540 miles, and then we may even add some more into other areas where you probably, you know, you have natural barriers like mountains and rivers and a lot of other pretty tough areas, but we may even add some more. We're doing so great with it. 10 miles a day, and I want to thank the Army Corps of Engineers. You've been incredible. Some of them are here. They're very proud people. One thing with the Army Corps, they may build it a little expensive, but you can't rip that sucker down. It never comes down. That'll never come down. We ended the catch and release ridiculous program where you catch somebody, you take their name, and then you release them, and you say, come back in 3 years to a court case. And nobody ever comes back, except for the really dumb ones. They come back on occasion. But nobody ever comes back. They're in our country, and they could be murderers, and they could be all sorts of problems, and we're not having that. We ended it. We stopped asylum fraud, and we've deported 20,000 gang members, including MS-13. Brought them back to their country. We brought them back to their country. We've now deported over 500,000 criminal illegal aliens. Think of that. Think of that. And outside of poorly run Democrat states and cities, you don't have crime in this country. Our country is doing fantastically. And I call up governors in Portland, and I call up from the state, and I call up the governor, as an example, Oregon. I say, we'd love to send some people to help you out with Oregon and to help you out with Portland. We'll solve the problem in a half an hour, like we did in Minnesota with Minneapolis. We'll solve the problem quickly. Remember, Minneapolis was burning down day after day, and I'd call, let us come in, let us come in. Anyway, they finally came in. How long did it take? About a half an hour. Remember the beautiful scene? They lined up. They weren't socially distanced, but that's okay. They lined up, then another line, then they just walked forward, and that was the end of that. And I think we're going to win the state of Minnesota because of it, I think. Hasn't been won since 1972, but it's looking like we're going to win Minnesota because of it, because nobody, I mean, what they did. But I give the governor credit, at least, even though it was too long, he let us. In Oregon, we have to send in the troops. We will solve that problem in 30 minutes. We sent in the U.S. Marshals recently when the man, this horrible human being, shot somebody and killed him in the middle of the street. 2 days went by, 3 days went by. I said, why hasn't he been arrested? We sent in the U.S. Marshals. In 15 minutes, it was all over. 15 minutes. It'd be so easy to do. I mean, can you imagine these people? For years and years, it's been anarchy in Portland. For years and years. But not for the Republicans. This is why you cannot have the Democrats and that whole philosophy, that whole craziness. You cannot have them involved in running your country. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military, including funding to save Tyndall Air Force Base. Because who knows Tyndall? Who is, okay, well, not that big a group. That's not like a big group. I can tell you, if you were in the Panhandle, you'd be saying, thank you very much. It was wiped out by the hurricane, and Ron called, and a number of people called, and Marco called, Rick Scott called. They all called. They wanted to save Tyndall, and we did it, and now it's brand new, gorgeous, and really moving along well, right? We did a good job there? I think so. We launched the first new branch of the U.S. Armed Forces in nearly 75 years, called Space Force. Very important. You know, for an administration, if you think of it, so not for 75 years, we've created a new force, right? The Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. I mean, think of it, Coast Guard. And now, we just created a new force, first time in 75 years. If I did nothing but that, that's a big deal. And that's peanuts. That's peanuts. Because we built the greatest economy in history. We cut taxes more than any other president by far in history. We cut regulations, which I think is maybe just as important as the taxes. That's why our businesses are roaring back. We've done things that nobody else has done. Nobody else has. And these people back here, they don't even challenge me on it, which is shocking. Usually you'd think they'd challenge you, even if they're wrong. I also brought back NASA, the greatest space center again in the world. And we passed VA choice and VA accountability for our great vets. Right? And we just got a 91% approval rating, Ron. 91% approval rating by the vets on the way we're running it. Never happened before. That's never happened before, Rick. Never happened before. We killed the leader of ISIS who was trying to reform ISIS because we blew it into oblivion. We killed al-Baghdadi. They were looking for him for years and years and years. Guess who got him? We took out the world's #1 terrorist. And the mass murder of American troops and many, many people all over the world, Qasem Soleimani. He's dead. Gone. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, which was a catastrophe. President Obama, give us $150 billion and we'll give you nothing. Give us $1.8 billion in green, in cash. He gave him $1.8 billion in cash. That's when I realized how powerful the presidency is, when you can do that. What a horrible deal. But we broke the deal, and I'll tell you, probably the first call I'll get after we win the election will be from Iran, dying to make a deal because they're down 28% GDP. Nobody has ever heard of a thing like that. That'll be the first call I get. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. I kept my promise, recognized the true capital of Israel, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And every president promised to do it. Every president said they were going to do that for many, many decades. They all were going to do that. Nobody did it because once they got in office, there was a lot of pressure on you not to do it. I could tell you I was called by every foreign leader, please don't do it, please don't do it. I told the story. I said, listen, tell them I'll call them back in a couple of days. Then I did it. I called them back. Hey, what's up? I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. 52 years they've been working on that. They've been working on that for 52 years. They couldn't get anything. Every year people would fly in, stay, wine, dine, have a good time, and leave. Nothing would happen. 52 years. I got it done in one day. And instead of these endless wars, we're forging peace in the Middle East and peace without blood all over the sand, and you see what's happening. In fact, a point that they didn't report, I've been, I guess, 3 or 4 maybe now, Nobel Peace Prizes. Can you believe it? 4, 3. I told the story. I told my wife, oh, we're going to have a great time. We're going to watch television. I just got nominated for the Nobel Prize. And then I turned on the fake news, story after story. They talk about your weather in the Panhandle run. They talk about this. They talk story after story, no mention. Remember when Obama got it right at the beginning and he didn't even know why he got it? It was the biggest story you've ever seen. The last administration made a pathetic one-sided deal with the Castro dictatorship that betrayed the Cuban people and enriched the communist regime. They're not enriched any longer. My opponent stands with socialists and communists. He wants to give everything away to Cuba. He wants to give it away to Nicaragua and Venezuela. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. I stand with the people of Cuba and Nicaragua and Venezuela in their righteous struggle for freedom. The last administration also negotiated the terrible Obama-Biden-Santos deal with Colombian drug cartels. They surrendered the narco-terrorists. They surrendered, totally gave up to them. And that caused illicit drugs all over this country. Joe Biden even received the endorsement of Colombian socialist Gustavo Petro, a former member of the M19 guerrilla organization, and he took it because you know why? He didn't know who the hell it was. He said, I'll take it. I'll take whoever. He said, no, he's a bad guy, Joe. He's actually a bad guy. Under my administration, we worked with Colombian officials to seize or disrupt 227 metric tons of poisonous narcotics since April. And we're doing fantastically in terms of bringing it down. 19% reduction. My heart will always be with the Colombian people and the people from Cuba and the people from Venezuela and Nicaragua and all of the people that are so unfairly treated. And you'll see a lot of great things happen. I did more in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years. It's true. And now he's pushing the most far-left agenda ever put forward by a presidential nominee or candidate. The Biden plan would destroy Social Security and destroy protections for pre-existing conditions. You're going to have nothing left. This crazy Green New Deal. The Green New Deal. I mean, what's that all about? Biden's running mate sponsored the Green New Deal and the socialist health care takeover. You're going to have socialist health care. You don't feel well? Okay, go to the hospital. Stand there for about 4 weeks. They'll shut down American energy, shut down fracking, and outlaw the private health insurance plans of over 180 million Americans who love those plans. Biden vowed to terminate our travel bans. on jihadist regions and surge refugee admissions. He agreed to this with crazy Bernie Sanders. He's going to surge admissions into our country by agreed number 700%. No, thank you. Opening the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. And I don't like to speak too loud, but we're not doing too badly, are we? Huh? Do you know that? He'll ban school choice, he'll ban charter schools, and he'll ban Florida Opportunity Scholarships, which is a big deal, Ron. It's a big deal. He wants to put them out of business, Ron. In a second term, I'll provide school choice to every parent in America. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. And I just have to say in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's ending. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities, which you're already doing in Florida. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of these ridiculous, horrible, and very, very stupid foreign wars against countries that you've never even heard of. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency. It's already signed, and it takes place on January 1st, and further reduce the cost of prescription drugs by 50, 60, 70, and even 80%. We will strongly protect Medicare and Social Security, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Always. Republicans will always protect. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars, and it's going to be very soon. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Florida. So get out there and vote. Send in your absentee ballot if you've requested one. Be very careful. A lot of shenanigans going on. You see what's happening every day. You're reading it. In-person early voting begins next week. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, and get out and vote. You have no choice. You have to do it. True, you got to do it. We're going to win Florida big. We're going to win a lot of states big. We're leading in Arizona. We're leading in Nevada. We think we're leading in Pennsylvania. We're leading in North Carolina. We're leading all over the place. We got to have this be a big win. From Tampa to Tallahassee, from Pensacola to Miami, And from Jacksonville to right here in Sanford, we stand on the shoulders of Florida patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, settled a continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the Panama Canal, raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and from here, in this beautiful state, landed our brave American astronauts on the face of the moon. We made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you helped build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We're returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. And when Ron DeSantis comes to my office in Washington, the magnificent Oval Office, and he says to me, Sir, the people of Florida, they've won too much. They're getting tired of winning. I'm going to look at him, I'm going to say, Mr. Governor, go back and tell them, don't worry about it. You're going to keep on winning, winning, winning. That's what they want to do. We're going to keep on winning, winning, winning. Because we're one movement. One people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Florida, we have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. And we will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Florida. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. President Trump at his campaign rally in Sanford, Florida, speaking for over an hour out there. This is his first campaign rally since his COVID-19 diagnosis, touching on, of course, COVID-19, along with several other topics. We're going to have a live report coming up for you soon from our sister station, Fox 35. But again, President Trump out there in Florida, just 22 days out from the election. Well, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I just want to introduce myself really quickly. We carry all of these events live, whether it's politics, sports, whatever is breaking at that moment. We're bringing it to you in its entirety right there. Of course, we are following the campaign trail as the election quickly approaches. Today, we took you out to Ohio and showed you a little bit of Biden out there, and Mike Pence was also in Ohio today talking to voters, talking about jobs, all of the big topics. But the big talker today, of course, were the confirmation hearings for Justice Amy Coney Barrett, which is something that we will also be taking in its entirety all this week as those hearings continue for the next few days. Senators on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, will be asking her questions. And I'm sure we'll be getting reaction from both Biden and President Trump as those hearings continue as well. Some of you are going to be going out for a little bit of a commercial break. Those of you who are sticking with us, we had a press conference earlier today, or an update from Governor Whitmer out there in Michigan. You know, that big news came out last week about the kidnap plot that was coming up against her, so she kind of gives an update on that, as well as coronavirus news coming from Michigan as well. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in a sec.
Priscilla Bordeo, Sean Williams, and Safe and Just Michigan Executive Director John Cooper. Today I am signing a bipartisan package of bills that is reforming Michigan's criminal justice system. We're making it easier for people who have committed certain felonies and misdemeanors to have their record expunged after they have paid their debt to society. And this includes a change allowing a person to set aside one or more marijuana offenses if the offense would not have been a crime if it had been committed after the use of recreational marijuana by adults became legal in our state. This is in response to the referendum the voters approved to legalize marijuana in 2018. During my 2018 campaign for governor, I made expungement of marijuana charges one of my key priorities, and I'm so proud today that we can follow through on that goal. For too long, criminal charges have created barriers to employment, barriers to housing, and others for hundreds of thousands of Michiganders. These bipartisan bills are going to be a game changer. They will ensure a clean slate for hundreds of thousands of people, and they will help us grow our workforce and expand access to education and skills training. When we help people get a good job so they can put a roof over their head, it is good for our state. It is good for our families, our small businesses, and our economy as a whole. It'll bring down the recidivism rate even more. And most importantly, it's the right thing to do. Research shows that people who receive expungements see a 23% increase in their income within a year. That's money that they can spend to put food on the table, to keep themselves and their families warm, to pay their bills, and to make sure they've got clothes for the winter. So, since the beginning of my administration, Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist and I have focused on reforming our criminal justice system. In April of 2019, I created the bipartisan Michigan Task Force on Jail and Pretrial Incarceration. It was chaired by the Lieutenant Governor and Michigan Supreme Court Chief Justice Bridget McCormick. They reviewed the state's jail and court data to expand alternatives to jail, to safely reduce jail admissions and length of stay, and improve the effectiveness of the front end of Michigan's justice system. In May of last year, I signed into law a bipartisan set of bills that ended the practice of law enforcement agencies seizing a person's property before that person has been judged and convicted. And I signed an 18-bill package to raise the age of who is considered a juvenile or considered an adult under criminal justice system. So it went from 17 to 18 years old. And with the passage of that legislation, Michigan joined 46 other states in ensuring the unjust practice of charging and punishing children as adults is no longer the case in Michigan when they make mistakes. So this work is a result of strong bipartisan leadership from the people in this room and many others who have contributed, who are not with us today but have been working so hard. Of course, there still is more work to do. I know everyone here has a deep commitment to ensuring that we continue this work to make Michigan a just place for everyone. I'm proud of the bipartisan coalition that has come together, and we will continue to work together to reach our goals. On the topic of criminal justice reform, and as we get closer to Election Day, I want to make sure that everyone in Michigan knows if you've served your time, you need to know your rights. If you have a criminal record in Michigan, you can vote in our elections. You can make your voice heard. So, I urge you to register to vote, request an absentee ballot, or walk into your clerk's office and fill it out and be done, having made sure your voice counts. If you can vote in person before Election Day, please do, but you can always vote on Election Day, November 3rd. We want to make sure your vote counts too. And with that, I will hand it over to the Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone for being here and to all those who played an important role in making this historic day possible here in the state of Michigan. I'm honored to be here today as we take another step forward toward building a more just state, as we give more Michiganders re-entering society a real chance to succeed. If we want a state where everyone has the opportunity to contribute to our society, secure meaningful work, provide for their families, find a home, and build their futures, we cannot maintain lifelong barriers for someone based on past mistakes. The legislation that we are signing into law here today will not only clear those barriers for hundreds of thousands of Michiganders and grow our workforce of Michigan's employers. Research from the University of Michigan Law School shows that this can be accomplished without compromising public safety. Without a doubt, this is the right thing to do on behalf of people everywhere who deserve a clean slate. Now, while we celebrate and recognize the importance of the steps taken today, we must continue to do the work that needs to be done around criminal justice reform. Our administration has been committed to enacting these reforms since day one. As the governor mentioned, I've had the honor of serving as the co-chair on the Michigan Task Force on Jail and Pretrial Incarceration alongside Michigan Supreme Court Chief Justice Bridget McCormack. We reviewed the state's jail and court data and the most comprehensive look at that data in the history of our state. And we've made 18 recommendations to the Michigan legislature to expand and invest in jail alternatives, safely reduce jail admissions, length of stay, improve the effectiveness of the jail system, as well as improve data sharing amongst it so we can actually understand it going forward. And I look forward to our continued partnership with the legislature, including the legislative leaders that we have here today, to move forward on these needed reforms. So while these clean slate bills, they do benefit all of us here in the state of Michigan, we know that people of color are overrepresented in our jail and prison populations. We know that generations of disparities have continued to have a detrimental impact on the lives of people of color across the state and across the country. While we can't cure these systemic problems overnight, this legislation is one step in the direction that we are choosing to address them head on. I want to thank Governor Whitmer for her support in making this a reality. I want to thank the lawmakers on both sides of the aisle who have come together with many months of negotiation to get this done. I want to thank the advocates and the individuals who shared their experiences, their personal stories, which need to always be beneath and on top of the policy choices that we make. Today is truly about changing lives. I know that we can continue to stand tall together for everyone who calls our state home and everybody who needs someone in their corner. Know that that is my commitment as your Lieutenant Governor. And one more thing about this legislation. This is pro-economy. This is job-creating and job-enabling legislation. This is bigger than criminal justice reform. This is about economic opportunity and full participation in our economy and our society. And every person in Michigan needs to know that their lawmakers will continue to work with them and on their behalf to make sure that everyone has the potential to be their best selves and live that full potential here in the state of Michigan. That starts in another way on this historic day. And so with that, I would like to take the pleasure of introducing the Attorney General of the state of Michigan, Dana Nessel. Thank you.
Firstly, I just want to start out by thanking Governor Whitmer for inviting me to be part of this really incredible day that is so meaningful to so many people, and also for providing a ring light for the event. It's life-changing for sure. So I've had the honor and privilege to be part of some of the amazing progress we've made here in the state of Michigan since taking office as Attorney General nearly 2 years ago. But I would say, honestly, few things compare to the gigantic leap forward that we are taking in our state today as Governor Whitmer signs this law and this package of bills designed to help so many Michiganders in our state move forward. And as I often talk about, prior to being elected, I served as an assistant prosecuting attorney in Wayne County for many years, and also as a criminal defense attorney. And I can tell you from so many firsthand experiences that the expungement process in our state was in need of very serious reform. And we not only needed to expand the types and numbers of offenses that could be eligible for expungements, but we also needed to make that process much more accessible to our residents. And this package of bills does both of those things, and that's why I am so thrilled to be here and part of this historic moment. Before saying anything else, of course, I want to thank the members of the Michigan House and Senate for their dedication to this issue and for all of their hard work in getting it across the finish line when so many people really honestly doubted that it could be done. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for his steadfast leadership in bringing together stakeholders across the spectrum to make sure this issue was steadily advanced within the legislative process. And we thank all the organizations and residents who provided insight, expertise, and personal stories to help demonstrate the real and meaningful impact these reforms would bring to people all across our state. Today's bill signing is the culmination of thousands of hours of hard work and stands as a shining example of what can happen when we set aside partisan differences and come together in the best interests of Michigan residents and the future of our state. For those who have been convicted of a crime and paid their debt to society, there is no greater barrier to success than having a criminal record that follows you around for the rest of your life. It is a barrier to education, a barrier to employment, and a barrier to supporting those you love and those who love you. And I've always believed that once your debt to society has been paid, the world we live in should properly reflect that. And I also want to specifically recognize the important changes that are being made to the expungement process for marijuana offenses. As the governor indicated, the residents of the state spoke loudly and clearly in 2018 when they voted to legalize recreational marijuana. And one of my first acts in office was to dismiss many of those pending cases and to focus on the serious crimes that impact our residents every day. For far too long, we have disproportionately punished minority communities for marijuana offenses, and for too long it has ruined families and their futures. And after today, certain marijuana offenses will now be eligible for expungement, and Michigan will begin the long but necessary process of righting the decades of wrong that has been done for so many. And I'm very proud that my office played a part in advocating for those who were burdened by lingering marijuana convictions on their record. Before I conclude, I am going to tell you that for my department, we intend to have a special portion of our website that is just dedicated to the expungement process that will help people navigate this process, and also a series of videos that we intend to put up to assist people so that they can
So again, in that top left-hand corner, we are getting an update from Governor Whitmer and other officials out there in Michigan about COVID-19 and everything else breaking in Michigan. Also in that bottom right-hand corner, we are seeing that President Trump campaign rally wrapping up in Florida. I don't believe Air Force One has taken off yet, but if they do, we will show it to you right here on News Now from Fox.
Staff to process it, so we'll be talking later, is all I'm saying. But that being the case, please know that you have a friend and ally in me and in my department for those who are beginning their expungement journey. Thank you very much again for having me, Governor, and at this point I'd like to call up Representative Graham Filler.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you so much. I can't even believe a year ago we were in Detroit holding a press conference over by the Fiat factory with the mayor, and to think that we worked with all the stakeholders, senators, the lieutenant governor, whose outstanding knowledge of information systems came at the exact right time, the Michigan Attorney General, who helped better the marijuana bill that we worked on, law enforcement groups who always think about protecting public safety, Alliance of Safety and Justice, Safe and Just Michigan, conservative civil liberty groups. I mean, this was a team effort. It's really a great example of legislators working across the aisle to solve real-world problems and help Michiganders. So thanks to everyone. This is a huge day in the state of Michigan because of the amount of people who are going to be able to access expungement, clean their record. Two statements. These nation-leading reforms will directly lead to increased public safety in the state of Michigan. You're in your community, you're invested in your community, you're spending time with your family, you're working, you're accessing housing. We have less recidivism, less victims. This is what happens when you access expungement. Number two, this package brings proportionality to Michigan's justice system, and you don't hear that word often, but it's at the heart of a lawyer's practice, and it's at the heart of the justice system. Does the punishment fit the crime? And for far too long, expungement laws in Michigan have been out of whack. Under our current laws, you can ask a judge to take a serious assaultive felony off your record, but you cannot ask that a minor traffic misdemeanor be taken off. Our bill package fixes many of those issues. There's nothing in conservative or liberal orthodoxy that says you must have a crime on your record the rest of your life. My legislative director, Nick Capone, and my judiciary advisor, Aaron Van Langenfeld, came down to Detroit, and we met with job fair applicants last year. We met with a woman, I don't remember her name, and she said, look, when I was young, I committed 3 misdemeanors, 2 marijuana and 1 traffic offense. Now I've got a job, I'm providing for my kids, and I want to do better. I'm striving. Well, this package is going to go to her story and many other stories. So I can't believe I'm sitting here. Thank you so much for everyone who worked hard in the House and the Senate. Rep. LeGrand specifically, I worked so closely with, and we brought this from a bunch of Republicans and Democrats who had good legislative ideas, and we turned it into reality. So I'm happy to announce Rep. Sherry Gay Dagnago is here to speak, and Rep. Sherry Gay has been a leader in the House. So thank you. Where is my
It's in your pocket.
Thank you so much.
I got my eye on the man.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today is a very exciting day. I like Rep. Granfiller, can't believe that we're actually here. So much energy went into making today a reality, and I just really have to thank our governor for inviting me to be here today. Our lieutenant governor, like Rep. Granfiller said, you couldn't have come at a much better time. All the energy that took place with Rep. David LeGrand, Rep. Filler. If you only saw the House floor the days that we talked about expungements, it was a lot of moving around, hoping, praying, and wishing. And thank you to our very capable Attorney General for helping to give that extra boost. There's one person that I wish were here today, and we know why he's not, but my colleague, Rep. Isaac Robinson. This issue was very, very near and dear to his heart, and I know he's smiling down from heaven about the actual signage today. As I said, I'm Sherry Gay Dagnago. I represent the 8th House District on the northwest side of Detroit. I'm also the Detroit Caucus Chair, serving my 3rd and final term, so this is a great piece to walk out with. Michiganders have already taken accountability for their actions, should not have to have their records preventing them from getting jobs back on the track for the rest of their lives. I can't tell you how many emails, how many inboxes, how many text messages I've received from people, even at one of my town halls, a man in my district who's over 70 years old, who runs his own business, says that he could not get a job for years simply because he had a felony on his record. So people that are applying for a job, that need a mortgage, a college education, or skilled trades license, this package is open up a gateway of opportunity and what I call my fresh start. I can't tell you how much this means to people who have not been able to work a meaningful job. I talk to people throughout Brightmoor and where I used to live on Burlingame and Dexter in the neighborhoods, and I talk to them, and sometimes I even had a chance to talk to a couple of gang members, people that perhaps might have sold marijuana. And you know what? They don't want to continue selling marijuana. They don't want to continue doing what's wrong, but when you lock people out of opportunity and you lock them out of jobs, they have no other recourse in some instances. And so now today, a bipartisan package which opens up the floodgates for people to work at Fiat and for people to work with the UAW, the button I'm wearing today, for people to work with the Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters and so many others. That's what today is about. There's so many people who poured into this work actually getting done, and many of them wanted to be here today, and I can't call all their names, but I have to also give a shout out to Judge Deborah Thomas. She's carried this issue for year after year after year. I think she's done more expungement clinics than anyone else. Dr. Calvin Trent, someone else who is no longer with us today from Real, he pushed and pushed and pushed, and we were together last year for the National Expungement Week. The Detroit Justice Center, Safe and Just, been mentioned already, Just Leadership USA, and I have to say, I sat down with our speaker before our last day of session, and I too, Attorney General Nessel, asked for an appropriation. I received an appropriation of over close to $1 million during the last gubernatorial administration, and some of those dollars now are just being programmed to help pay for the fees of the expungement applications. Studies show that University of Michigan study show that less than 10% of people who are eligible for expungements actually apply. Some because they don't have access to a website like you mentioned today. Some because they don't have the fee and they think it's unattainable. And some who think it's just too complicated to understand. And so that's why we're developing a brochure that will make it plain, step after step, what to do. And so I just want to applaud all of those who are poured in, and I'm excited that this Friday we'll also be talking about the work that Mecca is doing on the east side and the Nation of Islam is doing on the west side to make sure that we work with our communities to make these expungements a reality for all. So thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that's here and all of the names that I didn't call, all of our colleagues that co-sponsored and worked on these things together. It couldn't have happened without all of us working together. We're stronger together, and I'm glad we're here today crossing the finish line. Thank you again, Madam Governor. Next, I will call up my colleague, very capable Vice Chair of Judiciary, who has much more energy, I think, than me on this issue, Rep. David LeGrand. Thank you.
So, I feel a little bit like Moses looking into the promised land, except I get to go. It was on, I think it was January 8th, that I put together a work group to work on this issue. And when I went home for dinner that night, I said to my wife, if I only had one day in my working career, and it was today, I think I had a productive career, because that was the day that prosecutors and representatives from the Attorney General's office and defense attorneys and interest groups sat together and realized that something that sounded crazy might actually happen. And we're here today. And Representative Filler and I sometimes joke how I spent my summer vacation in 2019 was with working on the details with Representative Filler and hammering this out to a point where we could actually get something that moves forward. And it turns out democracy really does mean we have to do things together. It really does mean that none of this is a solo act. It means that if we build consensus, we can do amazing things in this country. And it also means that I've often said recently that the two words I want to get out of my political vocabulary are fight and win. I've got no interest in fighting, and I've got no interest in winning. I want to work and build. And this package today is something that we worked on together and we built together. And it isn't going to help me, because I don't have anything on my criminal history, but it is going to help one of my colleagues. in the State House who until today has not been able to get her criminal record cleaned up. She's not shy about it. Her name's Tanisha Yancey. She's not making a secret about it. She was a former prosecutor. She's a state representative, and she has things in her past that are still following her around until the governor gets out her pen. Today is an amazing day. It's been hard. It's been long. Two of the people we talked about the University of Michigan a couple times here, and I want to just lift up and mention by name. Sonia Sarr and J.J. Prescott from the University of Michigan did amazing work on this, put together the architecture, put together the data and the numbers that made this inarguable and not opposable. It's so important. They're the folks who went out and figured out that only 1 out of 16 people currently get their records expunged if they're eligible. They're the ones who went out and figured out that this actually improves public safety. Now, I also want to call out a state staffer on the Republican side whose name is Hassan, who figured out that we could actually include driving offenses as expungible things. That's never happened before. That was because of good research by a staffer. So this success does have 1,000 parents. We do have more work to do, and Lieutenant Governor, I want to point out, it's true. There's a lot more we have to do to make this a state that does not have a two-track justice system, where we have one justice system for the well-connected and the affluent, and one justice system for people who just don't have enough money to make the system work for them. So we have to reform our cash bond system. We have to reform sentencing guidelines. Michigan has the highest level of sentences of any state in the country. That's wrong, and we've got to fix it. So we've got more work to do. But, although we came in at the back of the pack in raising the age, today we are about to become the first state in the country, to automatically clean up people's records, including some felonies. Now, bear with me here. I'm going to do some very quick math for you, and I'm going to keep it simple. The United States has roughly 300 million people. Michigan has roughly 10 million people. That means that we are roughly 3% of this country. But the beautiful thing is states pay attention to each other. And so today, what I hope and pray and am going to start acting on is asking other states to do what we are doing here today in Michigan. Because if we can help, and I think we're going to help about 1 million people in the state of Michigan, if you can multiply that by 30, what we are doing today and what you are doing today, Governor, may ultimately help 30 million people in this country. This is transformative. This is anti-poverty. This is pro-public safety. But it is mostly pro-dignity. I do not want to live in a country where some people have to live in shame and some people don't. I don't want to live in a country where we have two classes of citizen. If we really believe in democracy, this is where the rubber meets the road. And again, Graham Filler, Representative Filler, my brother, this is a bipartisan package. This is something that we did together because it's right. And there's a lot more we can do together. Thank you all for coming. Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm not a pro at this. Our great mayor of Detroit, Mayor Duggan, who has been a leader on working on expungement, is next.
I know that I was so wrapped up in your eloquence, I forgot you were supposed to introduce me. This is a special day in this city. This city is coming back, but we can't come back if we don't get the talents of everybody, and there are way too many residents of the city of Detroit who are hardworking, talented, and are being held back because of a mistake they may have made years ago. And so in 2016 we started Project Clean Slate, and in the city we'll be your lawyer. If you've got a past felony, you go onto our website, we'll be your lawyer. The circuit court has been great. Judge Kenny, Judge Prentice Edwards, Judge Regina Thomas moving the cases. But here's the problem. If you've got one felony that's more than 5 years old, we can get it expunged. But if you've got 2 felonies, we can't. Even if you did 2 B&Es 20 years ago, nobody can help you until now. And so Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, and everybody who worked on this, 80,000 more Detroiters are eligible for expungement today that were not eligible before. And the bipartisan nature of this is remarkable. Representative LeGrand, Representative Gay Danyogo, and I want to say something in particular about Representative Graham Filler. He comes from a rural area in the central part of this state. He's been down here repeatedly to understand. I sat in a room with him a year and a half ago with a number of individuals who had served time in prison, came back. He listened to their stories about how they couldn't get housing, how they couldn't get jobs. He actually talked to people who were affected in writing the legislation. It's something that I hope we get to see a lot more of. And so here's where we are today. As the governor said, if you get your record expunged, your wages tend to go up almost 25% within a year. There's a whole lot of folks in this city that if you go through this process, we can move you into the middle class. And while this law doesn't kick in until April, if you go to the website now, DetroitMI.gov, we'll get the process going so that when April, when the law takes effect, we can get you expunged immediately. And before I bring up somebody who's been through the process and can talk about what it means, I just want you to understand how many different ways it affects people. It's not just what you earn. But when we go to these expungement fairs, I get to hear all kinds of stories. And Kerry Jones and Stephanie LaBelle have done such a great job. We had a fella who had a good job, had 2 convictions years ago, wanted to get his record expunged. And I said, if it hasn't affected you economically, why are you doing this? And he had a story. His 4-year-old daughter was going on her school, 4th grade daughter, was going on her school field trip. He filled out the form to be a chaperone. And because he had a record, he was turned down by the school. So even though it wasn't affecting his day-to-day life, can you imagine that father having to say to his daughter, I can't chaperone the trip next month? He said, I'm coming in to get my record expunged because in the 5th grade class, I'm going to be the chaperone. There are so many ways that what the team here did is going to improve the quality of life. And I want to say thank you to all of them. And somebody who's successfully gone through the process, a resident of the West Side, a woman who owns her own business and is doing great. And I want you to listen to her because residents of Detroit, you can go to Project Clean Slate and we can get you through this legal process. We'll be your lawyer. Please welcome Sean Williams.
Okay, thank you for that. I wasn't expecting that. I hope lipstick is not over my face. I really was not expecting to speak either. Thank you for inviting me to be here to have this opportunity to share my story. I never thought I would. I didn't quite exactly know what I was going to say, but I heard a lot of impactful things that were said. And one I just want to touch on that was said was how it feels to know, to have something off of your record to make you feel like a human being again and to have dignity placed back within your spirit. 25 years ago, of course, I was much younger. And younger people think that they're infallible. We don't think, we don't pump our brakes. That was 25 years ago. And I did something that was thoughtless, that I didn't even know that I was in the act of doing until it happened. And that was my first bout of being, quote unquote, in a court system. I said that to say, 25 years later, I did not even know it was still on my record because I was given unconditional probation. I went through working with the old Detroit Public Schools for years before deciding to embark back on my educational journey. I graduated twice from Mary Girls, received my license in social work. I'm now 2 years away from my doctoral degree. Back in December, the last week in November, prior on to December, I was offered a job promotion at a Detroit Public School. God is good, because I never knew this was even still on my record. I had simply forgot about it until the principal called me, because we had worked earlier years in the old Detroit Public Schools. So she kind of knew me, and she said, Sean, what is it that you could have done? You're so transparent. You came back ineligible hire. Like, whoa, what does that mean? I told her I needed a couple days to think about it, because I literally have done nothing but to try to do better. And thinking those 2 days, I even remember the judge's name, which I'm not going to call names, but I remember what he said to me when I was before him in the courtroom. He said something so thoughtless, I don't ever want to see you in my courtroom again. I said, sir, you never will. It was like my dad was talking to me. I called the principal back and I told her the story of this is what this has to be, because nothing else is on my record. I have never been in trouble before. She said, there's nothing I could do for you. And I understood her dilemma, and I knew she could not because I was tagged. Right then and there, my spirit died. All the accomplishments I had made and strived for, I and my character with my kids. I raised 5 grown, beautiful kids. They never knew about this. When I say I forgot, literally, you know how we can wipe some things out of our mind, and I just forgot. So it's like my character and my standing as a mom was in jeopardy. My spirit was gone. It was like, okay, so how do I proceed on? When I teach my children to be honest and to be respectful, and this is something I never share with them. I remember before I shared it with them, I said, well, I'm going to have to do something about it. How it's going to affect me going on to finish my educational journey. I have the gift for gab. I love to talk and I love to write. I was going to send a letter to the city of Detroit. Hey, can I get some help? This is, whatever I need to do. I don't know the system. I don't know the verbiage or anything, and I came across Project Clean Slate. Somebody said that a lot of people don't know about the systems that we have out here simply because they don't have the technology or they don't know how to go in and research it. For those people that don't know how, it needs to be, and I heard somebody say they was going to make the website more transparent and have the verbiage out there and the literature out there. It needs to be. Because when I found Project Clean Slate, it just brought hope back to me. I cannot remember the first, it was Julia. Julia was the lady's first name that I spoke to. And I think I did share with her how much hope that she gave me back, because I ended up telling her the story and how my spirit was just shattered. When I say that the team that I work with were very professional, patient, kind, and they were non-judgmental. They weren't there to judge me for what happened 25 years ago. They was not there to judge me and say, oh, really, this lady got to be lying. Who does not know something is on their record? Truly, you can tell when a person is judging you and when a person is sincerely honest with their motives and their actions. This team that I had was truly transparent, and they were kind and sincere in their actions and their walkings with me. The pandemic hit, as we all know, right after the holiday, mid-January, 1st of March. And I'm like, oh, wow, so this is just going to be on my record. Like, you know, we had these court dates. We were supposed to do face-to-face court. And I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm going to have to think of something to do because I know this is on my record. This is when I told my kids. And my kids are all Gen X kids, these population kids. They looked at me like, oh, okay, Mom, so you really are for real. You actually did do something out there. I'm like, look, that's not the way I wanted you all to receive it. I just wanted you all to know that everybody has a past, and your past can be rectified, but this is not giving them permission to say, hey, because Mom got something on hers, I can too. No, I just wanted them to see that this made me know that I was human. I'm still human. I make mistakes, not the same mistakes, but the mistakes that we make, whatever they are, that we are human beings, and we do need to have the chance to be able to have those mistakes rectified without being judged. When I got the call, I think this is when I talked to Stephanie, because I had Julia, I had Stephanie, and I'm trying to remember everybody's name, and I know I had Juan, and I'm missing somebody's name in between there, and I spoke with Carrie. This team was really awesome. When I got the call or the email from Stephanie saying we was going to do a Zoom trial, I had a pre-trial with Juan, and we talked about it the day before. When we went into the Zoom hearing, it was, I mean, yeah, I was nervous because you're still before, the judge, but I was reassured that this was going to happen because I had this team of people with me throughout. Even during the pandemic, Stephanie never failed to send me emails to communicate with me to say, hey, we got you, this is going to happen, it's good to go, just giving me the reassurance. I did not know the outcome, but I am a praying woman. I knew that it was going to be okay, but what I carried away from this was just that dignity. I worked around people in the domestic violence shelter whose dignity and stuff was shattered and who really do need this program. So just to be able to work with a team of people who will assure them that you do matter and this can happen and that you're not being judged on anything, but we're going to accept you for who you are, that's a plus. So I never knew Project Clean Slate was on the making of being something bigger, but I'm really glad that it is and that it has. And I thank you all, the ones who helped me along the way, for signing this bill into law. And I have nothing else to say because I could go on and on. So now I guess I'm having John Cooper come up, sir. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm John Cooper. I'm the Executive Director of Safe and Just Michigan, one of the many advocacy organizations that worked on this campaign over the last couple of years. It's a great honor to be here, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak. Over the last 2 years, our organization and our coalition partners in the Clean Slate campaign have met hundreds of Michiganders who were being held back by old criminal records. We met a man from Ypsilanti, father of 3, who couldn't get a felony expunged because of 3 nearly 30-year-old misdemeanors. Met a man in Muskegon with 2 drug convictions from the early 90s. Neither has gotten in trouble since, but these convictions still hung over their heads. We heard from many people with traffic offenses on their records. Traffic offenses are half of all criminal cases in Michigan, and they were not eligible for expungement until today. Hundreds of thousands of people will get records cleared as a result of the automatic expungement that's part of this package. It's the most expansive version of this law in the country, and we hope that our leadership here in Michigan will, as Representative LeGrand discussed, be followed in other states, because there are people in every state of this country that could use a clean slate. There's almost 250,000 people with marijuana misdemeanors that need a clean slate. This legislation is going to help hundreds of thousands of people in Michigan. I'm proud of our state today. I'm proud of our political leadership. I'm proud of the many citizens and organizations that helped pass this legislation, from business groups to advocacy organizations to faith-based groups to impacted people. People came together, they saw a problem, they put political differences aside, and worked together to fix it for the benefit of so many people in our state. This package will increase economic productivity, will increase our tax base, expand our workforce, increase incomes for hundreds of thousands of people and their families, and allow hundreds of thousands of people to fully participate in our economy and our communities. In doing so, it will also promote public safety. It is truly a win-win for the state of Michigan. I want to thank all the legislative champions of this legislation and the many partners and supporters that helped to get it across the finish line. Special thanks from me to the Clean Slate Initiative, Sharon Dietrich, Rebecca Vallis, Code for America, CJI, Nation Outside, JLUSA, Detroit Justice Center, the Alliance for Safety and Justice, Americans for Prosperity, the Mackinac Center, David Safavian, and many, many others. I'm just really, really happy to be here today. And our final speaker, I believe, is Priscilla Bordego.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Bordeo. I'm a crime survivor and a national advocate, a member of Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice, and I care about the safety of my community. I first want to thank Governor Whitmer and the Michigan legislature for the work they've done with this clean slate law and for listening to survivors like me. We create positive change for victims and their families by giving us a voice in criminal justice policy. After all, we know most profoundly what happens when our public safety system fails us. The Clean Slate Law helps hundreds of thousands of Michigan residents with years of law-abiding behavior reset their records. If we want to make our communities safer, we have to allow people who have made mistakes and paid their debts to earn the opportunities to be stable and take care of their families. That means removing obstacles to them getting jobs, housing, and other basic needs we all need to be self-sufficient and move forward in our lives. As a crime survivor, I believe that there should be accountability when people commit crimes and do harm. I also believe that when people have served their time, we need to do everything we can to reduce the risk that they will reoffend, which results in fewer victims and safer communities. In a day when it's hard to find unity, today we've united for one cause, and I'm extremely thankful to be a part of the Clean Slate Bill. Thank you.
I'll sign the rest of the bills because I know we're running a little bit long. So happy to open it up for some questions and answers.
Governor, the first question will come from Tim Skubik.
Oh, gosh.
Governor, it's off topic. Could you please clarify the comments that you made over the weekend when you lumped the President of the United States in with the two Republican leaders in the legislature for encouraging anti-government behavior? Could you clarify that and evidence that, please?
So, Tim, I'm really pleased that you're tuning in to this historic moment. These bills are going to make a meaningful difference to so many people in Michigan, and I don't want that to be lost. I'm not quite sure to what you're referring. I can just say that I have said that anyone who has a platform needs to use it. In the midst of the plot that was so dangerous and came to light last week, I think it was important to thank our law enforcement, the FBI, and the Michigan State Police for putting their lives on the line. My family and I are incredibly grateful. And to call on everyone, whether it is the President of the United States or it is leaders at the state level, we all need to be mindful of our actions, and none of us can give any safe harbor to people that are intent on harming and intimidating their fellow Americans.
As a reminder, we would like to take on-topic questions, so the next question will come from Beth LeBlanc with the Detroit News.
Governor, the Michigan Senate last week, it passed tie-barred unemployment protections legislation to a bill that would protect businesses from COVID-19 liability claims. Do you intend to sign those bills into law?
Well, it is my hope that when the House reconvenes tomorrow, they break that tie bar. I think it's really important that we get unemployment protections for the hundreds of thousands of Michiganders whose benefits are in the balance as a result of the Supreme Court decision. These were benefits that I was able to extend, but with the court's decision, they now hang in the balance. And while the legislature has to play an important role, I'm hopeful they'll break that tie bar so I can sign it into law and we can fix this post haste.
The next question will come from Zach Borchow.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for doing this. Sort of a related two-part question. This package was the product of a lot of bipartisan work. There's been a tremendous amount of criminal justice legislation that was done via bipartisan work. Yet, right now, it seems like that type of work is going to be difficult Given a lot of the things that are being said, some of the things that the speaker said over the weekend, you voiced your disappointment with what you feel has been some complicit comments that the speaker and the majority leader have made. How do things move forward given the current environment?
Well, Zach, I appreciate the nature of the question. I think in this hyper-partisan moment nationally, and that sadly always seems to happen as we get closer to an election, but this year it just seems worse than ever. I remain optimistic that we're going to be able to find common ground around some really important actions that we need to take as a state. COVID-19 does not care about a court ruling. COVID-19 does not care about partisanship. COVID-19 remains a very real threat to people all across our state, and the numbers, the trends are concerning. I think it's important that we continue to center our work around the public health, not partisan health, but the public health. And that's why I'm hopeful that the legislature can get these bills on unemployment, these bills giving local governments the ability to meet safely, virtually, bills around water to my desk, because these are critical components and have nothing to do with partisanship. I recently signed into law a budget that was bipartisan supported, and today I'm signing a series of bills that are bipartisan. So I know that we are up to this challenge, and I encourage everyone to keep our eye on the ball of what we can do and need to do right now in the midst of this global pandemic, despite all the political conversations that are happening as well.
The last question will come from Eric Lloyd.
Hello, Governor. Criminal justice reform was a big thing that you ran on when you were campaigning. This pack of bills, some of the other legislation we've seen over the past 2 years, especially heading into a new legislature soon, what is the next step? What are you looking for to continue this reform that you've been pushing?
Well, I think the Lieutenant Governor and the Attorney General both highlighted additional improvements that we think can be made in the law. I know that Representative LeGrand and Representatives Gay-Dagnogo and Filler gave both, the points of view from bipartisanship that we think maybe there's additional space that we can find common ground on. So I don't know that I've got much to add to what they shared, but I am excited about the potential and hopeful that we can make some of these improvements get to my desk and we can make them law of Michigan.
Thank you all for joining us.
Right.
Thank you, Governor.
Finish signing the bills. All right, thanks, everybody.
Alrighty, you're watching News Now from Fox. Again, that was Governor Whitmer coming out of Michigan, which is where you're from.
I am from Michigan, yeah, born and raised there, just to get a little background on us from News Now from Fox. So.
Yes, I'm Daytona Everett. This is Andrew Kraft, and you're watching News Now from Fox. So we're going to bring you, obviously, all of the live events throughout the day, but we also have recorded interviews from our sister stations from around the country. So this first one is a really good one. We're talking about social media, which I know we are all familiar with. Andrew loves his Twitter.
I do love Twitter. I live there, it seems. But this especially is about how social media will impact the 2020 election. We know that announcement from Facebook last week saying that they won't be having any new political ads up until November 3rd and until the results are finalized.
Yeah, so this is a big deal for all of you who are at home, possibly on your tablets, on your phones, looking at advertisements, quite frankly, political ads with the election just 22 days away. So we're going to play this out for you, and then we'll talk about it afterwards.
Well, early voting begins tomorrow in Texas, and social media services like Twitter and Facebook are making some changes. We say good morning to Dr. Janet Johnson, lecturer in the communications department at UT Dallas. So the pioneers of social media probably never imagined that their tools would be abused by conspiracy theorists and foreign governments. So they're having to scramble.
Yes, you know, social media is like the Wild West, right? And there's no clear boundaries, so we're learning as we go. But the one thing that we need to, that social media needs to do is teach people how to use it. And media literacy is the key to fighting the truth war online, especially now.
Yeah, well, let's talk about first what Twitter is doing if we can't think on our own to kind of help us protect us from ourselves. What's Twitter doing to protect its integrity this election season?
Well, I think a lot of the changes Twitter are making right now is that they want us to slow down. And so they're creating an extra step before you retweet. So they're going to ask you, hey, do you want to comment on this post before you send it out? Instead of just mindlessly retweeting information. They also want to make sure that you understand who won the election. So anyone who is prematurely calling the election and they're not credible, they're going to send you, they're going to label that tweet and they're going to send you to more credible information, to election officials saying, hey, this is what's happening right now and who won.
Right.
And also any tweets suggesting violence will be taken down. So anything that will interfere with the election, they're going to try to take down. And also, I thought this was interesting. Sometimes in our news feeds on Twitter, we'll find tweets that from people we don't follow. And it's more as if the algorithms are keeping up with what you're paying attention to. So you won't see those tweets from followers that you don't follow.
Okay.
Or users that you don't follow.
Okay, what is Facebook trying to do? Because Facebook really has been used as a tool of disinformation campaigns, some organized by foreign governments.
Yes, they are, well, one, they're going to, they're not allowing any new political ads to run 7 days before the election. They're also banning groups such as QAnon. And they're taking down any content that is promoting any of those types of conspiracy theories that that group is known for. And also, Facebook is also labeling any posts that discuss voting and voting fraud, and they're labeling it, taking you to more credible information about voting in your area.
Because one of the real dangers this year with the country as divided as it is, and some people showing up to protest heavily armed, is that there could be trouble out there if people think that their vote was stolen or was ignored or was not counted.
Yes, and the one thing that social media can do for law enforcement is to sort of thwart those organized events. Because social media tends to get people organized and recruit people. Yep. And that's one way that law enforcement can sort of monitor that chatter before anything like that happens.
Right, absolutely. And as you said, be a more discerning, demand more from your news sources. Don't simply accept it because your cousin back in Illinois posted it and suggested it's true. Dr. Johnson, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Alrighty, so great information right there. When you're scrolling through social media, be aware of what you're looking at.
That's right. A lot of these social media companies, Facebook and Twitter, have instituted policies in order to try to tamp down on misinformation. You know, even going after our elected officials like the president and putting warnings and labels on posts of his and other representatives, kind of warning people on social media, you know, this might be not accurate, this might be accurate, as many people have already voted.
Yeah, it's really important right now to decipher what's misinformation when it comes to voting in the election and what is true. So, of course, we're on social media. You can follow us, News Now Fox. So that's great. And then, of course, both of us are on Twitter as well. We'll tweet out some of the information that we have from here at News Now from Fox.
Yes, please follow our Twitter. We'd love to have you there. And also, we are streaming live on many different platforms and getting out there as much as possible. So
with that, some of you are actually going to go to a commercial break right now, but for those of you who are staying with us, we've got another interview. This one with Dr. Oz. Some of our sister station, Jamie King, actually sat down with Dr. Oz virtually to talk about the safety of poll workers during this time.
And yeah, Daytona, as you know, the election is right around the corner, but for people volunteering at the polls, they're a little skittish about contracting the coronavirus, having to go in person on election night. So let's listen in.
From his doctor and return to the campaign trail. Joining us now with the very latest is Dr. Oz. Good morning to you, sir. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day Orlando. Now, the White House doctor did not comment if the president has tested negative for COVID. What is the latest we know about the president's, basically what his situation is right now in terms of recovery, Dr. Oz?
Well, he meets all CDC guidelines to be able to go back to work. It's the same guidelines the rest of us would use. Now, he's 10 days since his onset of symptoms. He's improving in terms of his symptoms, and he's free of a fever for 24 hours. I believe the physician was trying to make the point that they tested him, and although these tests might show there's virus particles in patients, it doesn't necessarily mean they have active virus. But this is in the weeds. In my studio, I would insist on another test that's negative, but I appreciate that the president doesn't have to fall under those criteria. If he meets CDC criteria, theoretically, he can go out. I just want to emphasize something you heard a second ago. The president's not the big risk. It's the people around you at that event tonight. And if they have COVID-19, it becomes a super spreader event potentially when the virus can spread to person pretty rapidly. So I'd be really cautious about people around you. Wear a mask if you can. If you can stand a few feet away from the guys closest to you coughing, would be great.
Now, Dr. Oz, the president has everyone talking about the possible promise of Regeneron's antibody cocktail we've heard so much about. What does the data show about that specific treatment?
Well, I spoke to the chief scientific officer of Regeneron, actually on the show later, and he said, listen, we saw 275 patients. They did really well, but that's just a small number of people. You can't make large decisions, especially the FDA can't, with just that bit of data. But it's built on a large body of information that you can neutralize these proteins the spike proteins on the virus with antibodies. It's the same way your body beats the virus by itself. So when we ask people to donate blood and take that plasma and give it to someone who's still sick, it's the same basic principle, just a sort of refined, tuned-up version of it. So I do believe these are going to work. And this is an important issue for everyone to pay attention to, because the vaccine by itself will not get us through this, at least short term. The vaccines are going to work well. I'm talking about them later today, but essentially they work well enough, but they're not going to be perfect. And it takes a while to give them to you. It will take a while for most Americans to get them. We need therapeutics in the meantime. These neutralizing antibodies can do it.
Gotcha. Now, we talked about the average Joe, the average patient, Dr. Oz. When the FDA grants emergency use and authorization to use Regeneron's antibody cocktail, what does this mean just for the mass of people, the population? What's this mean in the long haul?
Well, I heard a comedian joke that the president went to Walter Reed. Most of us have to go to Duane Reed. And what we really have to do is, just like with the flu, you have a vaccine and you also have Tamiflu, right? You need both. And the average American is going to have to access to both. And the nice thing about the current situation compared to back in March is we have the chance of you ending up in an ICU if you get COVID-19, just through the protocols, not even to any magic medication, just by understanding the disease better. I do believe with better therapies, we're going to be able to improve further on that, and it'll be belt and suspenders approach together with the vaccines.
Gotcha. Now, real quick here before you leave us, Dr. Oz, got to ask your opinion on this. Over 40 vaccines right now in human trials. To you personally, which one seems most promising? Can you tell us about that?
Well, I asked that to Dr. Hotez, who, again, perhaps the nation's leader in vaccines, and he argued that no one vaccine is going to be best for the entire population. Some of them are brand new, never been tested before, like the mRNA vaccines. That's why the FDA is asking for 2 months of a delay to assess this information. Others are built on older technology, so more proven base, but we don't know if they're going to work any better. The mRNA theoretically will be more powerful. I think for the average listener, the key message here is there'll be a vaccine that's best for you, depending on your age and gender and everything else. And all that said and done, it probably won't be 100% perfect initially.
You decide 2020. This election is shaping up to be one of the most hotly contested in history. And when it comes to being a poll worker, there is more to it than collecting ballots. Local counties preparing workers just in case there's trouble on Election Day. Seminole County Supervisor of Elections, Chris Anderson, joins us live to explain here this morning. Chris, it is good to see you. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Danielle. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
One of the things I've read about you is that you work diligently, religiously, around the clock. You dream, eat, sleep this upcoming election. I know that Seminole County right now is teaming up with the Sheriff's Office. So what kind of training are the poll workers getting right now to prepare for any violence, disruptions, anything that could happen at the polls come Election Day?
Absolutely. So at the beginning of before the beginning of the election year, we put our clerks through safety awareness training. This was a block of training during a 4-hour block of election worker training where they received information about how to deal with suspicious packages, how to recognize behaviors of suspicious persons, how to provide law enforcement with the information that they need upon response. And also they got direct contact numbers from individuals within the Sheriff's Office in those specialty units. So it was all around a great response from our election workers who asked for the training, and we were happy to be able to present it to them.
So let's talk a little bit more about the suspicious packages as well as suspicious people. What is that protocol?
So, you know, it's observing their behavior, because there's only a certain people that are allowed in a polling location by law. Of course, the voters, the supervisor of elections and their staff, and poll watchers. So if a person is loitering and not leaving, or if they've set down a package and walked away from it. So they've been given some cues of things that they can recognize from a law enforcement perspective that the general public may not be aware of, to just be more aware. It's just giving them more awareness, and if you know better, you can always do better.
And so, Chris, why is this training so important in this 2020 election as opposed to 2016, 2018?
Well, as I came on board, it was something I understood that was asked for previously. It just never matriculated. So I was happy to reach back into my 12 years of law enforcement experience, and I've also worked for the Seminole County Sheriff's Office. So I had those contacts, and I had the training and experience to curtail that training to exactly where we need it. So it was just a plus for us to be able to offer it. We knew that people are going to be passionate about their positions, so we just wanted to make sure that we were well prepared in the event that something happened.
When you came on board, were you aware, Chris, that you would have to deal with really kind of some unprecedented demands given this unprecedented year?
Well, having spent a very long time in law enforcement, I've seen a lot of things. So from my perspective, I understand what folks are capable of, and I understand the world that we live in. Having taught active shooter training, that's another thing that the election workers were also giving them information on, how to respond to an active threat. That has become a reality no matter where we are in the world. And the information and the training they receive, if it was great to be able to tell them that, hey, this training is actually portable. It's not just something you can use as you do your civic duty in the polling location, but it's something that you can apply in different locations wherever you are to keep your family safe as well. So for me, having that experience, it really helped me to pass that along to the election workers and just make them more aware of safety in the polling locations.
5 seconds left. Still in need of poll workers?
No, ma'am. We are fully staffed. We're good to go. I appreciate you asking, though.
Listen, always got to ask. You never know what those needs are. Well, listen, Chris Anderson, I appreciate you joining us this morning. Nice to meet you. This is our first time talking together, so hopefully we'll be talking again soon.
We will.
Alrighty, you're watching News Now from Fox again. Just a couple of kind of segments from our sister stations from all around the country. That one right there was from Orlando. So good information from both Dr. Oz and from the people who are training poll workers out there for this election.
Yeah, obviously, polling precincts around the country are going to have to take a number of precautions as thousands of people show up on Election Day to vote with the coronavirus still in our midst, sanitizing polling booths and having people wear masks and the like. So it'll be interesting to see.
And even an active shooter training out there. That's what these poll workers are going through right now, because unfortunately we're in 2020 and you just never know.
Right. The threat of political violence is definitely alive. So they're looking out for that as well, unfortunately.
So we're going to stick on this coronavirus beat that we have going right now, and we're going to take you out to Georgia to see what the latest is out there.
In the last 24 hours, that pushes the total deaths in Georgia to more than 7,400. There were 1,100 new cases reported yesterday, and 24 more Georgians were hospitalized with COVID-19. And joining me now with more on the coronavirus pandemic is Dr. Neil Winower with Emory University. Dr. Winower, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning, Buck. Good to see you.
Always appreciate you joining us. Let's start with this. What are the latest when it comes to the trends in coronavirus?
Well, in about a week, we will have reached 8 million total people infected across the U.S., 215,000 deaths. That number is anticipated to double by February. We're seeing increasing rates of hospitalization, particularly across the heartland. We see in Wisconsin, they're building field hospitals. Even in New York, who had it under control, they've had to shut down some schools. So we're seeing about 45 to 50,000 new cases a day. And as we enter into the colder season, that is concerning. We're all fearful of a possible second wave.
I know this is something you're constantly monitoring. So what were some of the significant studies, and what have we learned over the past week?
Sure, there were two things. One, in the UK, there was a study of 500 patients who presented to the hospital looking at bedside testing versus bringing your test to the lab. And the reason why that's important for doctors and healthcare providers is that because in that study, they had an answer in less than 2 hours compared to 24 hours. So the quicker we get the results back in the emergency rooms, the quicker we'll be able to triage patients, and that should be very, very helpful. The other thing I wanted to talk about was that the FDA just came out and said that they won't approve emergency use authorization for vaccines until they have 2 months of phase 3 clinical data. And the reason why that's important is because you want to establish public trust, and bringing out a vaccine too early may make people hesitant to take it, thinking that we haven't studied it enough. But most vaccines, if they're going to have side effects, will occur within 2 to 3 months. So saying that you're going to at least see at least 2 months of data, making sure that it's safe and effective, is going to go a long way in establishing trust. So we'll see that.
Now, this week, the CDC stated that airborne transmission has a role in coronavirus spread. Why is that an important thing to acknowledge?
It's critically important because we've been hearing that, the White House has said that keep your distance, and if you can't keep your distance, then wear a mask. But the reality is, since there's a component of aerosolization here, that it's even more important to wear your mask even if you're further than 6 feet. Now, keep in mind, most of the time coronavirus is spread by larger respiratory droplets within 6 feet. So that part is definitely true. But the fact that it can aerosolize means that some particles that are very fine can hang up in the air, which means that I can come into an area where an infected patient was a few minutes ago, and still that's further than 6 feet. They're not there anymore, but you could potentially be at risk. Or if they cough and sneeze, it may go further than 6 feet if it aerosolizes. So just acknowledging that, especially indoors in poorly ventilated areas, that it's possible to get an infection for someone if you're not wearing a mask and you're further away than 6 feet. So, I just assume that everybody could potentially have it. Keep your mask on and keep a safe distance as well.
All right, we're familiar with the drugs remdesivir and the steroid dexamethasone that the president received, but there's an antibody drug used as well, which is not currently available. The two companies that make it are applying for emergency use authorization. What can you tell us about that?
Well, it's a monoclonal antibody, meaning that they've cloned it. There's two types of antibodies. The cocktail, it's given by IV and it's given once. And I think because the president got it, you're going to see it get approved pretty quickly. It seems safe and it seems effective, and it's just going to be another tool to potentially help treat patients. One thing that we're not clear about is which patients do we give it to? Do we give it to patients who have mild infection, moderate, or severe infection? And knowing that group, will be important to find out going forward. But this is an important step, and I think Lilly and Regeneron have these drugs, and I think you're going to see emergency use authorization in the next month probably, and it will be more widespread, and clinicians like me will then get experience using it.
The president says he's 100% and he's ready to resume his schedule. How long do you typically have to isolate after getting COVID?
Well, the CDC says 10 days after the onset of symptoms if you have been without fever for 24 hours, and I think the president meets that criteria. The only thing that's a little concerning to me is that in moderate to severe infections, the CDC recommends 20 days, 10 to 20 days, and he was treated like he had a severe infection because otherwise he wouldn't have gotten dexamethasone. But it's hard to know without having the information about his hospitalization whether or not it was just out of an abundance of caution or whether there was a legitimate reason. If there was a legitimate reason and he was sick enough to get the steroid, then typically he should wait longer, 15 to 20 days. But right now, this is the bare minimum that they recommend. Assuming you don't have fever for at least 24 hours, you can go out there. And I think this was October 1st where we heard about the infection. So we're right around the time where he should be out and about if it was indeed mild.
Dr. Winterworth, thanks so much for your time this morning. Always appreciate you keeping us updated on the latest.
Thanks very much, Bug. And if anyone has any questions, they could always check out my Instagram. I'm doing a chat tonight, too, if anyone has questions.
Sounds great. Thank you. And we have continuing coverage of the coronavirus on Fox5Atlanta.com. Look for what you need to know to protect yourself and your family, as well as the latest on the spread of the virus. It is all right there on the homepage.
Alrighty, you're watching News Now from Fox. Again, we are talking all coronavirus and all election for the year of 2020.
That's right. Only 22 days left until voters head to the polls on November 3rd. Millions have already voted in early states. Millions also have already sent their ballots by mail since the coronavirus is still wreaking havoc around the country.
Yeah, so ballot box is very important. We just learned about how poll workers are staying safe during the election, but we're also going to learn a little bit more just about those drop-off locations in general. California, one of the biggest states in the country, and it's going to be important that those are fully functioning for these voters.
That's right. The California Attorney General, Javier Becerra, sent a cease and desist letter to the state Republican Party in California today after it acknowledged owning unofficial ballot drop boxes that state election officials say are illegal. Let's listen in.
I do want to announce, while he won't be speaking, Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder Dean Logan, the registrar for one of the impacted counties, is also with us today. He won't be offering prepared remarks, but is available for questions when we get to the Q&A of following our prepared statements. So I'm going to go ahead and speak first and then turn it over to Attorney General Becerra. So again, thank you all for joining us today. Over the weekend, we began to receive reports of unofficial drop boxes being deployed by the California Republican Party in Fresno County, Los Angeles County, and Orange County. The images that we received showed some of these drop boxes as being labeled quote-unquote official, even though they had not been placed by the county elections office in their respective areas. These boxes are not the same as county election drop boxes that are required to meet state security standards, as well as other regulations, including the regular retrieval of ballots delivered to those drop boxes by voters. Ballots retrieved by county elections personnel specifically. So let me be clear. Unofficial, unauthorized ballot drop boxes are not permitted by state law. Yesterday, my office issued guidance to counties about the rules surrounding official ballot drop boxes. And today, the Secretary of State's office, jointly with the California Department of Justice, issued a cease and desist order to the California Republican Party to remove these drop boxes. Cease and desist orders were also sent to county Republican parties in Fresno, Los Angeles, and Orange counties. And we are sending guidance to all political parties, reminding them of the rules as it pertains to official ballot drop boxes. Misleading voters is wrong, regardless of who's doing it. Political parties and campaigns can engage in get out the vote efforts, but they cannot violate state law. State and local elections officials have worked hard to provide voters multiple, safe, and secure options to return their vote by mail ballots. These unauthorized drop boxes are a disservice to state and local election administrators who have spent months working on the placement and deployment of official ballot drop boxes. This incident is also a reminder to voters. You are ultimately in control over your ballot. And voters have multiple safe options for how to return their vote by mail ballots, from prepaid postage return envelopes to ample official ballot drop boxes in every county, to in-person opportunities both on and before Election Day. Californians have a multitude of options for returning their mail-in ballots while protecting their health during the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, voters deserve to cast their ballots with clarity and with confidence. And that's why it's important that they go to trusted official sources of information for all things related to elections, those sources being their county elections office and the Secretary of State. So I also want to make sure to mention this. I urge all Californians, but especially any voter who might have unknowingly delivered their ballot to an unauthorized, unofficial drop box, to sign up for ballot tracking at vote.ca.gov to receive notifications when their ballot is received and when their ballot's counted. And also to all Californians, if you see any suspicious elections activity, you can report it to your county elections office or the Secretary of State as well. Brevemente quiero ofrecer unas palabras en español. Esta rueda de prensa es ofrecida para aclarar la situación con buzones que han recibido boletas, pero buzones que no fueron ni instaladas ni permitidas por los condados en donde se encuentran, específicamente en los condados de Fresno, Los Ángeles y Orange. Es un recordatorio a votantes que tienen varias opciones para regresar sus boletas. Esas opciones siendo por correo, en primer lugar, buzones oficiales en su condado que son identificadas porque tienen que incluir el sello del condado, o en persona a cualquier sitio de votación. Estos buzones en cuestión no fueron ni permitidos por sus condados ni cumplen con las leyes sobre los buzones para recibir boletas en el estado de California. Así es que para que votantes estén seguros que su boleta llegue a su condado, por favor, obtengan la información oficial directamente de su condado o del secretario de Estado por cualquier votante que quizás entregaron su boleta a una.
You're watching news now from Fox. We're just going to go into a quick commercial break. For some of you, others of you who are watching right now, we are watching Secretary of State Alex Padilla coming out of California talking about that California drop box lawsuit that was enacted today. So we'll listen in.
I want to turn it over again to my colleague, the Chief Law Enforcement Officer for the state of California, Attorney General Javier Becerra.
Mr. Secretary of State, thank you very much for including me in this event today, but more importantly for the swift action that the Secretary of State's office has taken. We have at the Department of Justice been working with the Secretary of State in issuing the cease and desist order to members of the Republican Party in California, the state party, and local county parties as well. Let me just say a few things about this. First, tampering with the vote is illegal. And anyone who knowingly engages in the tampering or misuse of a vote is subject to prosecution. And so please, I hope everyone takes very seriously that in California, we want to protect the sanctity of your vote. You have a right to vote, and you have a right to know that your vote will be counted the right way. And so working with the Secretary of State, our county registrar officials, the California Department of Justice will do all it can, working with our local law enforcement officials as well, to make sure that we protect your right to vote, that we protect the sanctity of your vote. Let me also mention a few other things. We're getting some disturbing reports that perhaps some of the Republican Party officials in parts of the state where these fake drop boxes have been situated may not be prepared or willing to remove those boxes. We hope that the message goes out loud and clear to anyone who is trying to improperly solicit, obtain, and manage a citizen's vote, that they are subject to prosecution for engaging in activities that are against the law in the state of California. I'm trying to be careful with how I say this, but the reports that we are hearing are disturbing. It is illegal, but more than just illegal, it is irresponsible to tamper with a citizen's vote. And here is where I'd like to send a message to all those Californians who intend to vote, may have already voted, or who don't have a right yet to vote, maybe too young, maybe aren't yet citizen, but have witnessed things that are disturbing. Just as we've seen in airports and other places, the admonition, if you see something, say something. Please, if you see something that doesn't look right when it comes to the elections, to the proper way to vote, please say something. Please report it. You can report it to the Secretary of State's office. You can report it to the Department of Justice. You can report it to your local county registrar. You can report it to your local law enforcement officials. Something will be done to make sure that your vote is protected. So please, if you see something, say something. We have an obligation as state officials to protect and secure your vote. And so there are processes that are in place. Only official drop boxes can be used to collect your vote. Please make sure that whatever you do to fill out your ballot, that when you are going to deposit it, if you're not mailing it in, if you're going to deposit it, that you know for a fact that you are sending your ballot, you're depositing your ballot in an official drop box. And so please work with us, help us, and we intend to make sure that California not only has a successful voter turnout and vote on November the 3rd, or by November the 3rd, but that everyone has confidence in the electoral process here in California. A couple of words in Spanish. Como dice el secretario de Estado, Alex Padilla, tenemos que tener cuidado de que si vamos a votar, que nuestro voto cuenta. Y aquí les suplico a todos que por favor asegúrense que cuando van a depositar su balota, si no la van a entregar por correo o no van a ir el día del voto a un sitio de votación, pero si han llenado esa balota en casa y ahora la quieren depositar, por favor, asegúrense de que el sitio y el buzón donde van a dejar esa balota es un sitio oficial. Así que, por favor, asegúrense que están dejando en buenas manos el voto que ha terminado para entregar. Es muy importante. Y con eso lo regreso al señor Alex Padilla y le doy gracias también al señor Dean Logan, quien está con nosotros, es el LA County Register of Voters, el director de esas oficinas, y le agradecemos a él su servicio al pueblo del condado de Los Ángeles. Alex.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney General Becerra. And Paula, I think it's time for questions.
It is, and I want to remind everyone to please put your questions in the chat room. Jenna Dresner will actually be the one asking those questions. I also do want to let anyone who's on who is Spanish or Spanish reporter, we have Roberto Rizzo available to ask those questions in Spanish for you. So please feel free to put your question in the chat room, again, with your name, what outlet, and your email address so that if we're unable to get to that question, we can follow up immediately following this event. So, Jenna?
I think Sam is going to ask the first one.
Sorry, there's any confusion there. The first question is from Christine Myduk with the Wall Street Journal. It's a multi-part question. How many reports of these ballot drop boxes have you received, and in how many counties? And how many boxes are you aware of, and are they all related to GOP campaign efforts? Part two, or Secretary, if you want to take that first part.
Sure. We're still gathering information on as to how many drop boxes, but clearly multiple boxes in at least 3 counties. I named them earlier: Fresno County, Los Angeles County, and Orange County. Based on the information that has been provided, they all do seem to be tied to the state Republican Party or local county party or campaigns, and so therefore the cease and desist orders were directed there.
And part two, do you know whether the ballots being collected in these boxes are being properly signed by the voters per requirements of the law governing ballot collection by third parties? And then as a follow-up to that, if they are not properly signed, will these votes be invalidated, and will your office give voters the opportunity to rectify the situation before they do?
Appreciate the question, and all these questions. I invite Attorney Becerra to chime in if there's anything to add. In terms of whether or not the ballots will be counted, the protocols by county registrars of voters are to process and count all eligible ballots when they arrive at the county office, with the appropriate measures that are taken to ensure the integrity of that particular vote. I think one of the questions or concerns that comes with unauthorized, unofficial drop boxes is ensuring that all the ballots actually make it from that box to the county. That's why the protocols and requirements are in place for official authorized drop boxes, both the frequency by which ballots are retrieved and returned to the county elections office, and by who. Those requirements clearly don't apply to unofficial, unauthorized ballot drop boxes, so that becomes a concern. To the question about the signature, yes, for all vote-by-mail ballots, regardless of method of return, the voter must sign the outside of the envelope. Signature verification confirming the identity of the voter is one of the important safeguards we use to maintain the integrity of the vote-by-mail option. In California, if a voter chooses, right, despite the multiple options for how to return their ballot themselves, if a voter chooses to have somebody return their ballot for them, California law empowers the voter to decide who that is, but that individual must sign the vote-by-mail return envelope as well, along with the relationship to the voter that that person has. And that's part of what's concerning. Any voter who unknowingly delivered their ballot to an unofficial, unauthorized drop box without knowing that it was unofficial because it was mislabeled and misrepresented, all of a sudden does not know who it is that ends up with custody of their ballot, let alone assurance that it will be delivered to the county. So again, the recommendation for voters, and for all voters for that matter, sign up for their ballot tracking at vote.ca.gov under Where's My Ballot to receive those notifications, including confirmation when their ballot was received and when it's been counted. California law also requires anybody assisting somebody with the delivery of their ballot to deliver their ballot within 3 days. Did I answer all elements of that multi-part question there?
Yeah, and the next question is from Katie Nielsen.
Hold on. Attorney General Becerra, anything to add there?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Next question is from Katie Nielsen.
Hold on. Before the next question, I do remember the other part of the previous question. If a voter does forget to sign the outside of the envelope, California law does require county elections offices to contact the voter and provide an opportunity to cure any signature issues, whether it's a missing signature or a mismatched signature. So they do have up until a couple days before the certification of the results in order to cure any signature issues. We go through the extra work on the back end to ensure every eligible voter can register cast their ballot and have their ballot counted. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Katie Nielsen with KPIX, CBS affiliate in the Bay Area. How does the SOS or AG respond to the GOP defending the unofficial drop boxes as legal? They're saying this is no different than ballot harvesting that happened in 2018.
Again, I can go first and invite Attorney General Becerra to chime in. Look, I think there's some important differences here that should matter from an election security perspective. Is our ballot collection activities allowed in the state of California? Yes, as I mentioned before, in addition to providing voters multiple safe options on how to return their ballots by mail, official drop boxes, or to any in-person voting location on or before Election Day, California law empowers voters to decide for themselves if they need assistance in returning their ballots, who they trust to return their ballot. But both the voter must sign the envelope and the person assisting the voter must sign the envelope. That is lost through these unofficial ballot drop boxes, let alone the lack of security that is required of official drop boxes that we have no guarantee whether for a multiple of reasons, unauthorized, unofficial ballot drop boxes are not permitted by state law in the state of California, and to misrepresent unofficial boxes as official further misleads voters and erodes the public trust. Attorney General Becerra?
Let me only add that I would encourage anyone who is participating in this activity with these unofficial drop boxes, please understand the law. Please don't rely on the representations made by people who may tell you that you're engaging in an activity that is lawful, that they convince you or persuade you that this activity falls within the law, does not protect you if you know what you are doing. And we are here to, again, to announce without equivocation that these drop boxes that are not part of the county's official election collection process are illegal. If you participate in those activities, you are knowingly engaging in an activity that is against the law. And so please understand what you are doing, because relying on certain representations of others will not be an excuse if you are now being informed that these drop boxes, which are set up by a local political party or the state party, are not official drop boxes. I urge people to be very careful what they do and understand where they're heading in engaging in this activity.
Thank you. The next question is from Scott Rod with Capital Public Radio. At what point would the state take legal action against the responsible parties? Would that be a criminal prosecution or a civil suit to ensure removal of the boxes? Does the cease and desist order specify a certain number of days to comply before legal action?
Secretary, go right ahead and I'll follow.
The cease and desist order, I don't think had a specific time frame for which to comply other than immediately and as soon as possible. Based on the recipients of the cease and desist orders actions, if they choose to comply, that's the ideal scenario for everybody involved, most importantly the voters. If they refuse to comply, then of course we will entertain all of our legal options to do whatever it takes to protect voters and the integrity of this election.
I will only add that we are prepared to work with the Secretary of State and his office to protect the interests of our voters and to support any action in court that the Secretary may wish to take. And I would simply add that depending again on the actions that are taken by individuals and the evidence that we are able to uncover, that could determine what type of laws have been violated, criminal, civil, or both.
Thank you, and I think we're going to have Roberto Rizzo from our office answer a question that we received in Spanish.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sam. Secretario, y aquí la pregunta es de Dinora Pérez, de Telemundo. Ellos están preguntando, ¿cómo puede saber un votante si es efectivamente un buzón oficial? Y la segunda parte es, ¿se sabe si las boletas de votación están efectivamente llegando al sitio oficial de los condados?
Muy buenas preguntas. Sí, para identificar un buzón de boletas como un buzón oficial, pueden revisar los letreros en esos buzones porque tienen que incluir el sello de ese condado, el sello del gobierno de ese condado como propiedad oficial del condado. Si un buzo que no es oficial utiliza ese sello, es otra violación de la ley. Para una lista de los buzones oficiales en donde se encuentran en su condado, pueden buscar en la página web de su condado o en el sitio del secretario de Estado, vote.ca.gov. Ahí es donde tenemos las listas de donde se encuentran los buzones y otros sitios de votación, no solo el día de la elección, sino los sitios que ofrecen votación temprano también. Y para asegurar que su voto llegó, estamos pidiendo que todos los votantes que puedan se inscriban a nuestro programa Where's My Ballot. También se encuentra en vote.ca.gov. Pueden recibir alertas por email, por texto o por llamada telefónica en el estado de su boleta en el proceso, inclusive confirmación cuando su boleta llega al condado y cuando fue contada. Así es que pueden votar y votar con confianza. The question was in Spanish, how does a voter tell if the ballot drop box they're considering using is an official one or not? And so in addition to the state seal, the county seal that I referenced earlier, any misuse of a county seal is also a violation of law and subject to punishment. We encourage voters to look up the official ballot drop box locations, either on their county elections website or on the Secretary of State's website at vote.ca.gov. That includes locations of ballot drop boxes and early voting locations in their county. Attorney General Becerra.
Yeah, solo quiero añadir.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. It's about 6:45 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 9:45 there in Orlando, Florida, where we're getting a live report right now from Valerie Boy, Fox 35 Orlando's reporter there, who is at the rally. Valerie, thanks so much. Can you kind of just tell us, how did supporters there react to the president at his first campaign rally since being diagnosed with the coronavirus?
Hey there, Andrew. Well, I can tell you that many people were just elated to see the president in person. You know, they're so happy to see that he has recovered from COVID-19. And I will tell you, though, originally this rally was supposed to have been on October 2nd, but of course they had to postpone until today when the president was back and healthy. And again, many people just happy to see that he looked very healthy.
Now, Valerie, what were the precautions going forward at this rally? Did you see a lot of masks? What did the Trump campaign institute for tonight's rally?
All right, so in order to get into the facility, everyone had to have their temperature taken. Lots of people did have masks, but I did see that many people didn't wear their masks, and there are thousands of people here tonight, so there wasn't a whole lot of social distancing. But you know what, people said it's outdoors, there's lots of fresh air going back and forth, so a lot of people didn't seem to be too concerned, but there were some others wearing masks and shields, and you know, they were being careful. So it depends on who you ask. Some took precautions, others didn't.
And Valerie, have we gotten any estimation on the number of people there? Obviously, the president can draw thousands of people, but what did Orlando Fire say? Do they have a number for you?
Not yet, but we think probably between maybe 5 to 10,000 people. I mean, it was pretty packed in there. All the bleachers were taken, and there was chairs on the side. Everyone was sitting in them, and then even people were standing along the sides of the venue. So it was also a very mixed crowd. It was kind of neat. We had Latinos for Trump here today, as well as veterans, and then lots of families too. So just a very diverse crowd here tonight, for sure.
And Valerie, just lastly, you know, we know Trump supporters are huge fans, and they get there very, very early for these rallies. I also wanted to ask, too, did you notice a lot of, like, senior citizens at the rally? We know Trump is really vying for those voters who are 65 years and older to come out for him again, like in 2016. What was kind of the demographic of the crowd?
Yeah, there were senior citizens here. Saw some veterans as well. It was real cute. There was one woman that I talked to. She was dressed up in her Trump hat and Trump t-shirt and even had a Trump sign. And she just felt like she had to be here to represent senior citizens. The veteran was telling me that he wanted to listen to hear, you know, what is he going to do? What's the president going to do to help the veterans? So, you know, a lot of them just felt like they wanted to be here to support the president, but also hear what he was going to do to help them as well.
All right, Valerie Boyd there for us at News Now in Orlando. We also got some updates from the Trump campaign. They just announced Friday rallies in Ocala, Florida, and Macon, Georgia. Valerie, thanks so much.
You're welcome, Andrew. Bye.
All right, we want to take you out now back to that press conference from California officials. The AG there, Javier Becerra, and the Secretary of State, Alex Padilla, in this lawsuit that the state is filing against the California GOP, saying that they put their own election ballot drop boxes in, and they say that's a violation of state law. Let's go back to that.
By who? Those requirements clearly don't apply to unofficial, unauthorized ballot drop boxes, so that becomes a concern. To the question about the signature, yes, for all vote-by-mail ballots, regardless of method of return, the voter must sign the outside of the envelope. Signature verification, confirming the identity of the voter, is one of the important safeguards we use to maintain the integrity of the vote-by-mail option. In California, if a voter chooses, right, despite the multiple options for how to return their ballot themselves, if a voter chooses to have somebody return their ballot for them, California law empowers the voter to decide who that is, but that individual must sign the vote-by-mail return envelope as well, along with the relationship to the voter that that person has. And that's part of what's concerning. Any voter who unknowingly delivered their ballot to an unofficial, unauthorized drop box without knowing that it was unofficial because it was mislabeled and misrepresented, all of a sudden does not know who it is that ends up with custody of their ballot, let alone assurance that it will be delivered to the county. So again, the recommendation for voters, and for all voters for that matter, sign up for their ballot tracking at vote.ca.gov under Where's My Ballot to receive those notifications, including confirmation when their ballot was received and when it's been counted. California law also requires anybody assisting somebody with the delivery of their ballot to deliver their ballot within 3 days. Did I answer all elements of that multi-part question there?
Yeah, and the next question is from Katie Nielsen.
Hold on. Attorney General Becerra, anything to add there?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Next question is from Katie Nielsen.
Hold on. Before the next question, I do remember the other part of the previous question. If a voter does forget to sign the outside of the envelope, California law does require county elections offices to contact the voter and provide an opportunity to cure any signature issues, whether it's a missing signature or a mismatched signature. So they do have up until a couple days before the certification of the results in order to cure any signature issues. We go through the extra work on the back end to ensure every eligible voter can register, cast their ballot, and have their ballot counted. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Katie Nielsen with KPIX, CBS affiliate in the Bay Area. How does the SOS or AG respond to the GOP defending the unofficial drop boxes as legal? They're saying this is no different than ballot harvesting that happened in 2018.
Again, I can go first and invite Attorney General Becerra to chime in. Look, I think there's some important differences here that should matter from an election security perspective. Are ballot collection activities allowed in the state of California? Yes, as I mentioned before, in addition to providing voters multiple safe options on how to return their ballots by mail, official drop boxes, or to any in-person voting location on or before Election Day, California law empowers voters to decide for themselves if they need assistance in returning their ballots, who they trust to return their ballot. But both the voter must sign the envelope and the person assisting the voter must sign the envelope. That is lost through these unofficial ballot drop boxes, let alone the lack of security that is required of official drop boxes that we have no guarantee whether unofficial drop boxes meet or not. And so for a multiple of reasons, unauthorized, unofficial ballot drop boxes are not permitted by state law in the state of California, and to misrepresent unofficial boxes as official further misleads voters and erodes the public trust. Attorney General Becerra?
Let me only add that I would encourage anyone who is participating in this activity with these unofficial drop boxes, please understand the law. Please don't rely on the representations made by people who may tell you that you're engaging in an activity that is lawful, that they convince you or persuade you that this activity falls within the law, does not protect you if you know what you are doing. And we are here to, again, to announce without equivocation that these drop boxes that are not part of the county's official election collection process are illegal. If you participate in those activities, you are knowingly engaging in an activity that is against the law. And so please understand what you are doing, because relying on certain representations of others will not be an excuse if you are now being informed that these drop boxes, which are set up by a local political party or the state party, are not official drop boxes. I urge people to be very careful what they do and understand where they're heading in engaging in this activity.
Thank you. The next question is from Scott Rod with Capital Public Radio. At what point would the state take legal action against the responsible parties? Would that be a criminal prosecution or a civil suit to ensure removal of the boxes? Does the cease and desist order specify a certain number of days to comply before legal action?
Secretary, go right ahead and I'll follow.
The cease and desist order, I don't think had a specific time frame for which to comply other than immediately and as soon as possible. Based on the recipients of the cease and desist orders actions, if they choose to comply, that's the ideal scenario for everybody involved, most importantly the voters. If they refuse to comply, then of course we will entertain all of our legal options to do whatever it takes to protect voters and the integrity of this election.
I will only add that we are prepared to work with the Secretary of State and his office to protect the interests of our voters and to support any action in court that the Secretary may wish to take. And I would simply add that depending again on the actions that are taken by individuals and the evidence that we are able to uncover, that could determine what type of laws have been violated, criminal, civil, or both.
Thank you, and I think we're going to have Roberto Rizzo from our office answer a question that we received in Spanish.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sam. Secretario, y aquí la pregunta es de Dinora Pérez, de Telemundo. Ellos están preguntando cómo puede saber un votante si es efectivamente un buzón oficial. Y la segunda parte es, ¿se sabe si las boletas de votación están efectivamente llegando al sitio oficial de los condados?
Muy buenas preguntas. Sí, para identificar un buzón de boletas como un buzón oficial, pueden revisar los letreros en esos buzones porque tienen que incluir el sello de ese condado, el sello del gobierno de ese condado como propiedad oficial del condado. Si un buzo que no es oficial utiliza ese sello, es otra violación de la ley. Para una lista de los buzones oficiales en donde se encuentran en su condado, pueden buscar en la página web de su condado o en el sitio del secretario de Estado, vote.ca.gov. Ahí es donde tenemos las listas de dónde se encuentran los buzones y otros sitios de votación, no solo el día de la elección, sino los sitios que ofrecen votación temprano también. Y para asegurar que su voto llegó, estamos pidiendo que todos los votantes que puedan se inscriban a nuestro programa Where's My Ballot. También se encuentra en vote.ca.gov. Pueden recibir alertas por email, por texto o por llamada telefónica en el estado de su boleta en el proceso, inclusive confirmación cuando su boleta llega al condado y cuando fue contada. Así es que pueden votar y votar con confianza. The question was in Spanish, how does a voter tell if the ballot drop box they're considering using is an official one or not? And so in addition to the state seal, the county seal that I referenced earlier, any misuse of a county seal is also a violation of law and subject to punishment. We encourage voters to look up the official ballot drop box locations, either on their county elections website or on the Secretary of State's website at vote.ca.gov. That includes locations of ballot drop boxes and early voting locations in their county. Attorney General Becerra.
Solo quiero añadir que uno solo tiene que fijarse bien. Creo que va a poder uno distinguir entre un sitio, un buzón oficial y uno que no es. Pero se tiene que fijar uno. Y si tiene duda, como dice el secretario de Estado, señor Padilla, entonces puede llamar a las oficinas del condado que manejan el voto, o puede llamar o puede ir a los sitios de internet del secretario de Estado, el Departamento de Justicia o el del condado, County Register, para poder saber dónde quedan estos sitios de votación donde uno puede dejar su boleta por buzón. Así que, por favor, solo tienen que tomar una precaución y estar seguro de que están depositando en un buzón oficial. Y si saben y ven que no es un buzón oficial, por favor, entonces, eso es algo que queremos saber. Por favor, avísenos de eso para poder tomar acción.
Before going on to the next question, just want to clarify a response from a prior question about the deadline to respond or comply with the cease and desist order. The cease and desist orders did specify October 15th as the date, so that's this coming Thursday. We obviously hope for compliance immediately, but come October 15th, based on compliance or lack thereof, we're going to consider all of our legal options. Next question.
And this next question is from Liz Gonzalez with Fox 26 in Fresno. Is there an issue here with the physical boxes? The Fresno, and the emphasis was on physical, the Fresno County GOP says it is openly harvesting ballots, which it says is legally allowed for AB 1921, which Governor Brown signed in 2016?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, but I think we called out the distinctions earlier. Is ballot collection in the state of California allowed? Yes, but again, in the context of voters having multiple safe opportunities for the return of their ballots by mail, to official drop boxes, or to any in-person voting location on or before Election Day. If a voter chooses, it's up to them to determine who they trust to return their ballot for them if they need that assistance. And that individual must also sign the envelope. The problem here is with voters unknowingly delivering their ballots to an unofficial drop box, mislabeled and misrepresented as an official drop box. They do not know who it is they're surrendering their ballot to, because the impression they have with the word official drop box is that they're surrendering it to a county official, and that's not the case with these unauthorized drop boxes that we learned of over the weekend. In addition to that, the danger from a security standpoint, because official drop boxes have the specific requirements they must meet from a security standpoint on construction, installation, frequency of retrieval, and by who of those ballots. Unofficial drop boxes don't necessarily comply with all of those. So for a number of reasons, no, these unofficial, unauthorized drop boxes are not allowed by state law. Let's go to the next question. Next question.
Sorry, I was on mute there. We have Steve Large from CBS 13 in Sacramento. What does the Secretary of State's office believe the motivation by the Republican Party to place these unofficial ballot drop boxes in the public space?
I will not speculate as to the motivation behind these unauthorized, unofficial drop boxes. Our interest is protecting the integrity of this election and ensuring that it is accessible, secure, and safe for all voters, and that we maintain public confidence in the election as voters deserve.
And this next question is from Amy Chance with the Sacramento Bee. If you're going to count ballots anyway without the extra signature from the third party, why is this practice illegal?
Again, we will be counting, or county officials will be counting any ballot that is returned to the county, so long as the signature verification process is met and that it arrives on a timely basis. I think what's the problem here is, state law is very clear in terms of the options voters have to return their ballots. They can return them by mail. They can return them to any official drop box, or they can return it to any in-person voting location. If none of those three options, if a voter needs assistance beyond those three options, they have the power to decide for themselves who they trust to deliver their ballot for them. Unofficial, unauthorized drop boxes undermine both that voter confidence, potentially security of that ballot return option, the multiple options that California voters enjoy. Again, these unauthorized, unofficial drop boxes are not allowed by state law, and we're taking action to address it.
And if I could add to that, Amy, we have no idea if a ballot is deposited into one of these unofficial so-called drop boxes, happens to that ballot at that point. We have no idea who collects it. We have no idea if it's tampered with. We have no idea if it's even returned or deposited with the county to be counted. And so any number of things could lead to what I think a voter would not want to see, terrible results. And so for any number of reasons, we urge those who wish to participate in the electoral process to please do so according to the law. And as the Secretary of State has said, and I think we've said at the Department of Justice, we will enforce the law. We will ensure that the electoral process in California is complied with. and that people's vote is protected. So please, if you're the voter, please be careful so you can ensure that your vote isn't tampered with and that your vote will count. And if you're being encouraged by certain individuals to participate in this process, which sets up these unofficial drop locations, we urge you to, again, be very careful and understand what you are doing so that you don't get yourself on the wrong side of the law.
And I think equally important to to the question of why count these ballots. A voter should not be victimized both by being misled about an official Dropbox location when it is not official or authorized. They shouldn't be victimized again by being stripped of their right to have their ballot counted through no fault of their own. So as long as other security measures, including signature verification measures, are met, then the ballot will be counted.
I just want to we are going to go until about 4:15, so we'll have time for one or two more questions. Sam?
Thank you. We have an additional question that's in Spanish, but I do want to give it in English too, which is if you can explain the difference between ballot collection, legal ballot harvesting, and what the Republican Party is doing with these boxes.
Okay.
Several hours.
So I think we've answered that a couple times in English. Let me answer it in Spanish as well. La gran diferencia entre esta situación con buzones para boletas que no son autorizadas, que no son oficiales, es muy diferente a las opciones que votantes tienen en California en cómo regresar su boleta, porque hay varias. Cada votante para regresar su boleta por correo la pueden enviar por correo, número 1. Número 2, si prefieren, la pueden entregar a cualquier buzón para boletas en su condado que es oficial. Si prefiere el votante, la pueden entregar en persona a cualquier sitio de votación en persona el día de la elección o antes en áreas donde hay votación temprano en persona. Y después de todo eso, si el votante necesita asistencia en regresando su boleta, la ley estatal le da el poder al votante decidir a quién confían regresar su boleta de su parte. El votante tiene que firmar el sobre y la persona que le está ayudando también tiene que firmar ese sobre. Y esa protección es perdida con estos buzones que no son oficiales, que no son autorizados, que llegaron a nuestra atención este fin de semana. En primer lugar. En segundo lugar, la seguridad de su voto no se puede mantener cuando esos buzones inoficiales y no autorizados, porque no cumplen con las leyes y reglamentos que gobernan los buzones postales oficiales que son instalados por los condados. Attorney General Becerra, anything to add?
Solo hay que añadir que solo es correcto depositar estas boletas en buzones oficiales y si usted no lo va a hacer, tiene que firmar la persona que lo va a dejar. Y ojalá usted está tomando la precaución para saber que si usted va a depositar su boleta, llega a un sitio oficial, un buzón oficial, y si le va a dar su boleta a otra persona, que esa persona firma el sobre de su boleta para que pueda entregar esa persona su voto. Pero por favor, tomen precaución para estar seguros de que su voto va a contar.
Okay,
Sam, do you have one final question?
Sam?
Sorry about that. This is from Bloomberg. Do either Secretary Padilla or Attorney General Becerra believe that these fake boxes amount to a disinformation or misinformation campaign, or was this simply illicit politics? And will you be in touch with Facebook or Twitter over the proliferation of posts encouraging voters to use these fake boxes?
Attorney General, want to go first? Or?
Sure, if you want. First, as I said before, we have rules, we have laws in the state of California which determine and dictate how we go about collecting and submitting a valid vote. And so we would urge voters themselves to make sure that they are following the rules in submitting their vote. And we urge anyone who participates in that process of getting a vote in to the official authorities to make sure that they are participating in an official capacity. So it makes no difference if you are the individual who is assigned to turn in a vote for a voter, or if you are the individual who's setting up these unofficial collection sites, or if you are helping promote or disperse information about these sites. If you are doing so in a way that violates our election laws, you could be in trouble, civilly or criminally. And so we urge anyone who wishes to participate in any means in the electoral process, voter, assistant, drop site, official, and of course unofficial, and anyone who is dispersing information, distributing. Understand what the rules are so that you don't find yourself out of compliance.
All right, you've been watching a press conference from earlier today out of California with California state officials. You saw Attorney General Xavier Becerra there and the Secretary of State Alex Padilla going over this lawsuit that the state filed against the GOP there in California, all about these ballot drop-off mailboxes. So according to Padilla and Becerra, the California GOP is setting up their own ballot drop-off boxes like in Fresno and Orange County, LA County. They've been spotted apparently at local party offices, candidate headquarters, and churches. And so a cease and desist letter has been sent to the California GOP saying that this is a violation of state law. So we'll be following that story for you as well. But in the meantime, we want to take you back out over to former Vice President Joe Biden, who was in Ohio all day today on the campaign trail, making the case to voters 22 days out before the election. Let's listen into that today.
This feels like coming home. Well, I tell you what, my dad was an automobile man. I got through school and we got through being able to eat after we lost a job up in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He had moved down to Delaware because it's selling General Motors products. And so I've known, and my state used to have the largest percentage of auto workers of any state in the nation because we had a small population and the largest General Motors and largest Chrysler plant outside of Michigan and Ohio. And I saw what happened when we got hit very hard. We've lost both those plants. Well, let me start off by saying, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the passport into your city. And Marcy, you've been a friend a long time. Thank you for your introduction. You know, there's no more fierce defender. There's no more fierce defender of the people she grew up with than Marcy. She has never, ever, ever forgotten where she came from. She's tough. She's a straight shooter. She's influential in Congress. She's honest, and she sees you. You're always in her view. And Tony, Mr. President, I know you're new, and he said piece of cake, so I don't have to worry if I get elected the first 100 days. But all kidding aside, Tony, thank you for hosting us, and thank you for Local 14. And Kenyatta, thanks for that introduction. All you did for Barack and me when we were running, when we got elected, jumping in and being part of helping us govern. You remind me of something my dad said. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your place in the community.
All right, you were just listening to the former Vice President Joe Biden. He was in Ohio all day today, and we have a live report from Fox's own Madeline Rivera. She's been traveling with the vice president today. And Madeline, it seems like Biden is really hitting Ohio hard, but his trip today comes amid the backdrop of the Amy Coney Barrett hearings that started today in the Senate. What was the reaction to that?
Yeah, Biden was asked a question about Judge Amy Coney Barrett this morning, and he talked about Amy Coney Barrett's faith and said no, Amy Coney Barrett should not be judged based on her faith. But Biden's position on Amy Coney Barrett is that she is really just a distraction for the Republicans, that this is just a way for the president specifically to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, saying that Barrett here has shown that she wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And so that's really what Biden rather is pointing to there, that this is really what. He also criticized Republicans for wanting to push through with Barrett's confirmation hearing when he says they should be focusing on what's really affecting Americans right now, which is coronavirus. He wants Republicans to really focus on passing coronavirus relief, and he thinks it's wrong for Republicans to continue focusing on having Barrett confirmed while the election is already underway, when they could be focusing on something that could have an effect on Americans right now, Andrew. Hello?
Maddie, sorry about that. There were some audio issues there. But as far as why Biden is in Ohio, obviously President Trump won that state in 2016. But is the Biden camp seeing a chance there this time around?
Right. Well, this is Biden's second trip to Ohio in less than 2 weeks. He certainly seems to be dedicating more resources to winning this state that Trump won by 8 percentage points over Hillary Clinton back in 2016. So Biden is seeing some softening of Trump's support here, particularly among blue-collar voters that he says have been left behind or have been forgotten by the Trump administration. So he's trying to put Trump on the defense here by campaigning in Cincinnati, by campaigning in Toledo. So certainly he sees an opening here, Andrew. Oh, and I just want to mention, actually, that polls show, the Real Clear Politics average of recent polls shows that the race here is neck and neck. So that's another something that Biden is looking forward to, Andrew. And
Madeline, as you mentioned, the president had his first rally tonight after his coronavirus diagnosis, getting back on the campaign trail there in Sanford, Florida. What was the Biden campaign's reaction to that? The president really hitting Biden hard, speaking to Floridians there. And we also just found out that the president has announced a few more rallies for Friday in Georgia and Florida.
Yeah, Biden said today that the president has acted in an unconscionable way ever since his COVID diagnosis. So he thinks that Trump is acting irresponsibly here by holding these rallies. And it's something that Biden has been consistent on with his messaging here. He also talked about Fauci, Dr. Fauci, in his address today. He pointed to this Trump campaign ad that was put out a few days ago showing Fauci talking about Trump's response to the coronavirus, and Fauci has gone out and said that his comments were taken out of context, and yet the Trump campaign has decided to keep using this ad. And so Biden pointed to that and said this is just another way that the Republicans or the Trump campaign is trying to manipulate or act in a deceptive way and knowingly lie to the American people. So he criticized Trump and the Trump campaign over that today too, Andrew.
And Madeline, just lastly, what does Biden have in store through the rest of the week? What can we expect?
Well, he'll be traveling a lot. It's a busy week for him. We do know that tomorrow he's going to Florida, and then he'll be going to North Carolina the next day. And so this is Biden really trying to pick up his travel, especially in battleground states, and trying to expand his support there, Andrew.
All right, Fox's Madeline Rivera live for us on News Now from Fox in Cincinnati, Ohio. Maddie, thanks so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
And definitely interesting what states the candidates are focusing on 22 days out. President Trump focusing on Florida and Georgia, announcing that he's having rallies there on Friday. Plus, all the battleground states are in play as we are only 22 days away from November 3rd. But let's go back out to Joe Biden from earlier. He was in Toledo, Ohio, on his Build Back Better swing.
Feels like coming home. Well, I tell you what, my dad was an automobile man. I got through school and we got through being able to eat after we lost a job up in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He had moved down to Delaware because it's selling General Motors products. And so I've known, and my state used to have the largest percentage of auto workers of any state in the nation because we had a small population and the largest General Motors and largest Chrysler plant outside of Michigan and Ohio. And I saw what happened when we got hit very hard. We've lost both those plants. Well, let me start off by saying, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the passport into your city. And Marcy, you've been a friend a long time. Thank you for your introduction. You know, there's no more fierce defender. There's no more fierce defender of the people she grew up with than Marcy. She has never, ever, ever forgotten where she came from. She's tough. She's a straight shooter. She's influential in Congress. She's honest, and she sees you. You're always in her view. And Tony, Mr. President, I know you're new, and he says piece of cake, so I don't have to worry if I get elected the first 100 days. But all kidding aside, Tony, thank you for hosting us, and thank you for Local 14. And Kenyatta, thanks for that introduction. All you did for Barack and me when we were running, when we got elected, jumping in and being part of helping us govern, you remind me of something my dad said. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your place in the community. It's about respect. It's about being able to say to your kid and look him in the eye and say everything's going to be okay and mean it. That's what job's about. A decent paying job like the UAW provides. This lesson I grew up with, surrounded by hard-working families in Scranton and then in Claymont, Delaware, where we had to move when Dad lost work. There was no work in Scranton. Just like here in Toledo. But the times are hard. Unemployment is way up due to the pandemic and the terrible way in which it's been handled. The economic outlook remains uncertain. Across Ohio and the country, folks are worried about making the next mortgage payment or the rent payment, whether or not they can purchase their prescription drugs or be able to put food on the table, literally. Worried about whether their kids' school will open and be able to stay open, and if they're not open, how they can go to work if they have a job and still take care of their kids. They see the people at the very top doing better than they ever have, while they're left to wonder, who's looking out for me? That's Donald Trump's presidency. 215,000 dead because of COVID. Experts say we're likely to lose another 200,000 people in the next few months unless we take some serious action, and he doesn't know what he's doing. All because this president's only worried about one thing, the stock market. He refuses to follow the science. It's estimated that if we just wore these masks nationally, we'd save over 100,000 lives between now and the end of the year. This president knew back in January. He was briefed in detail by the intelligence community how extremely dangerous this COVID virus was, how communicable the disease was. He went in a taped interview with Bob Woodward, a leading journalist. It's on tape, been played, telling Woodward that he knew how dangerous the disease was, but did nothing. Ask yourself, why didn't he tell us? Why didn't he warn us? Fauci, the most respected doc on this issue in the world, in the country, he told the president, you know, the president, Supreme Court in the Rose Garden, he referred to that as a super spreader. all those people that got the disease. How's he responding? Well, guess what? He's now running an ad you probably saw, a national ad quoting Dr. Fauci out of context. Way back in March, referring to public health officials, Dr. Fauci said, "I can't imagine that anybody could be doing more," end of quote. In the recent ads that's going out nationally, Trump ad quotes Dr. Fauci as saying that about him, the president. Trump and his campaign deliberately lied, making it sound like Fauci was talking about Trump. Fauci went on the public air, and the ad came out saying 3 days ago, "I did not give permission for that quote. He wasn't referring to the president." And even after that, Fauci said he didn't say that. The president and the campaign, even after Fauci laid this out, the campaign said, "We're still going to use it," because he did say it, even though it wasn't about him. The point I'm trying to make is, it was a knowing lie, like we're being told about everything about this COVID consequences. As a consequence to his months of overwhelming lying, misleading, and irresponsible action on the part of Donald Trump, how many empty chairs were around your breakfast table this morning? Someone you loved, someone you cared about, someone you knew, a family member or a neighbor, missing. And why? Because of negligence. Look, I view this campaign, as I've said before, and I'll say it again, between Scranton and Park Avenue, between Toledo and Park Avenue. All Trump can see is from Park Avenue is Wall Street. That's why his only metric for American prosperity that he values is the Dow Jones and the index. Like a lot of you, I spent a lot of my time with guys like Trump looking down on me, the Irish Catholic kid in the neighborhood. Guys who thought they were better than me because they had a lot of money. Guys who inherited everything they ever got and still managed to squander it. I have to admit, and I shouldn't have done it, but I'm on record saying it, so I'll repeat it. I still have a little bit of chip on my shoulder about guys like him. I read some stories after I got the nomination that, quote, if Biden gets elected, he'll be the first non-Ivy League school graduate to get elected in I think it was 80 or 90 years. Guys, have a seat, man. You know what? Like some state school guy went to the University of Delaware, I was proud of it. Hard to get there, hard to get through in terms of money. But folks, since when can someone who went to a state university not be qualified to be president? Folks, I know what it takes to be president. I sat next to a man for 8 years watching and participating. My mom taught me that what you're probably taught by your parents too. Say, Joey, nobody is better than you, but everybody's your equal. I don't measure people based on the size of their bank account. I don't respect people based on whether they own a mansion. I don't judge them based on whether they belong to a country club. You and I measure people by the strength of their character, their honesty, their courage. Their courage. My mom used to say the greatest gift of all, the greatest virtue is courage. You're redeemed by your courage. That's what she'd say, and redeemed by your loyalty. Honesty, loyalty, things that are bigger than yourself. They're the neighborhoods we were raised in. It's all about family, decency, honor, opportunity. These are the values I learned growing up in Scranton, and my guess is you learned growing up in Toledo, wherever you grew up. The people I grew up with in Scranton didn't have any money in stocks. In our house growing up, every penny my dad made went to paying the bills, keeping the lights on and food on the table. Every penny our friends in Scranton made went to paying the bills and taking care of their families as well. And we looked out for our neighbors. That's why I have a different measure by which I judge the health of America's economy. I see hard-working women and men who are just trying to earn an honest living and take care of their families, just want an even shot. They're not asking for anything, they're just asking for a fair shot And you know, given a shot, the American people have never, ever, ever, ever let their country down. Never. The other expression my dad would have, he said, when you see the abuse of power, there's only one way to respond to it, and that's with power. And the only power we have to take on corporate America is union power. That's the only power. I just think back to 2008 when Barack and I were elected and we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in history. The President put me in charge of the Recovery Act, $800 billion was needed to save our economy from going into depression. We did it with less than 0.2% waste or fraud. We're able to see to it that Ohio and other states receive substantial assistance to address their economic pain and recover and rebuild, to make sure we kept teachers, firefighters, and cops, public nurses on the job. People are being laid off now because you don't have the local money to do it. So they didn't have to be fired because of lack of money. That was the federal government stepped up. And it started the longest sustained economic recovery in American history that this guy inherited and then squandered again. But you know what Mitch McConnell said recently about helping the states and cities? He said, quote, let them go bankrupt. Well, I heard that before. You heard it too. Republicans said the same thing about the automobile industry. Like I said, I come from an automobile state and an automobile man. The auto industry, supported 1 in 8 Ohioans, was on the brink. It was more than 10 years ago, but you remember it like it was yesterday. It was on the brink. But Barack and I bet on you and the American worker, and it paid off. I argued that the American worker was the finest auto worker in the world. Management screwed it up. You didn't. You didn't make the mistake. And by the way, it all got paid back, but guess who made the greatest sacrifices? Auto workers. You made the sacrifices to get it back. So it's over the many objections of many that we stepped in and rescued the automobile industry. General Motors and Chrysler, saving 1 million jobs. And then what happened when Donald Trump came to office? Remember what Trump said in 2017 in Lordstown? He said, don't move. Quote, don't move, don't sell your house. But Lordstown shut down on Trump's watch. And after a decade in Cleveland, after the debate in Cleveland, I met with an elementary school teacher from Lordstown. Her husband was there as well, one of the workers who lost his job in Lordstown. He had to accept a transfer to a plant in Kentucky 8 hours away, one way, to maintain his health care and his pension. He drives 16 hours a weekend to see her and their 2 kids. But Donald Trump's betrayal doesn't stop there. He betrayed union workers at Goodyear when he called for a boycott of buying Goodyear tires because of a personal grudge. He passed a tax bill for the super wealthy and corporations that actually provided incentives for companies to move jobs overseas. Folks, manufacturing is the backbone of America. But we're in a manufacturing recession because of Donald Trump even before the COVID virus hit. We're down 647,000 manufacturing jobs nationwide since the crisis started. And our balance of payments, meaning we're sending more overseas than coming to us, we're buying more overseas than we're selling, is higher than it's been in a long time. There's still 10,900 lost auto worker manufacturing jobs in Ohio have not come back. The Trump presidency will be the first presidency since Herbert Hoover over 90 years ago, first president in modern history, to leave office with fewer jobs than he had when he came to office. Donald Trump's only plan is more tax cuts for the wealthy. Most of you, if you still have a job, paid more than he paid last year in taxes. $750? Come on. The system's rigged. We're going to change it. $30 billion, a new proposal, just for the gains of the 100 richest billionaires in America. $30 billion. Hear me? They made $30 billion alone in this year, while the rest of the people are getting killed. In the middle of this pandemic, why do Republicans have time to hold a hearing on the Supreme Court providing a significant economic need for localities? I'll tell you why. It's about finally getting his wish to wipe out the Affordable Health Care Act. Because their nominee has said in the past that the law should be struck down. His relentless effort to eliminate the Affordable Care Act provided health care coverage for 20 million people who didn't have it. Protections for well over 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. You know, and we've seen his pledge, quote, to terminate the tax dedicated to financing Social Security. Marcy and I were talking about that. You know what the actuary at the Social Security Department said? If it goes through, this tax he's talking about cut for the Social Security, it will actually bankrupt Social Security by the middle of 2023. Go home and tell your parents that. Not once has President Trump called for a high-level meeting between Democrats and Republicans in the White House. This is going on now. The House already passed, back in the beginning of the summer, this position to be able to reconcile people who are in real trouble, get help to states like we did. He hadn't once called a meeting between Democrats and Republicans to deliver the new COVID relief package for working families and small businesses that are going bankrupt. He spent too much time in the bunker of his golf course or in the bunker of the White House than he was willing to actually sit to try to work something out. Check it out. First president I can ever remember in the middle of a national economic crisis did not try to call the parties together. He turned his back on you. I promise you I will never do that. Folks, that's why my Build Back Better plan is built around a simple concept. It's time to reward work, not wealth. Work. I mean it. An independent analysis by a big Wall Street firm called Moody's, not a Democratic think tank. They did an analysis of my economic plan to revive this country and an analysis of his. Here's what they concluded: that my plan will create 18.6 million jobs in the next 4 years, 7 million more than the president's economic plan. It would generate economic growth of an additional $1 trillion more than the president's plan. Look, what these guys don't get is when you do well, when my family does well, everybody does better. Everybody does better. That's the God's truth. Here's how my plan works. I'm not going to raise taxes on anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. If you make more than $400,000, beep your horn because you're going to get a tax raise. Well, I'm going to raise your tax slightly if you're making over $400,000. But look, you're not going to pay a penny more. In fact, tens of millions of middle-class families are going to get a tax cut when they need it most. And raising their kids, trying to get affordable health care, buying their first home, or saving for retirement. But I'm going to ask big corporations and the super wealthy just to begin to start to pay their fair share. I'm going to raise back the tax cut he gave for corporate America. They were paying in the mid-30s and now paying 21%. If we just raise the tax back to what it should be, 28%, that generates over $100 billion. Hear me? That's what it raises to help hard-working folks, to allow us to invest in working people and grow the middle class and make sure everybody comes along this time. My plan will create 1 million good-paying union jobs, manufacturing and building products and technology that we need now and in the future. We're not investing in research. It starts with a pretty basic idea. You know, the federal government every year spends $600 billion just making sure that we have ships and planes, cars, trains, all the things the government lets contracts for. Well, I promise you this, every single product, every single contract let will be only let to a company or a firm that makes it in America from beginning to end. Not a joke. It's going to use the Buy American products, support American jobs. We'll invest to build more resilient infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports, 1.5 million new affordable housing units, high-speed broadband in every American household, more important than ever. We're going to rebuild crumbling schools, retrofit 4 million buildings, and weatherize 2 million homes, creating 1 million new jobs. The reason why everyone from the electrical works and every other major union is strongly supporting this. And it's all going to be done by certified union labor. Promise. You may remember when the president put me in charge of that $800 billion, not one single contract went out that wasn't prevailing wage. Not one. So we're going to end Trump's new incentive for sending jobs abroad. That's what he's done. More jobs are going abroad now. Any company that offshores a job is going to pay a 10% penalty. Any company that brings back a job or reopens a closed factory, like a manufacturing plant, they'll get a 10% credit for their investment. We're going to make trade strategy that fights for every American worker and every American job and actually get results. Not Trump's chaotic trade war, erratic tweets and bluster that's only stiffed American workers and consumers, including farmers. He's let you down. He's let us down. I promise you, I will stand up to China's trade abuses, and I will invest in the American worker because I know nobody can outcompete an American worker when they've gotten a fair shot. Nobody in the world. One more thing. The United States government owns and maintains an enormous fleet of vehicles. We're going to convert many of them to electric vehicles, and you're going to still need to build these transmissions for a long time to come. But any new jobs in that area are going to go to people who in the automobile industry, who are in the manufacturing, who in the UAW are going to be making these new vehicles. Sourced right here in America. The government will provide and demand support to retool factories that are struggling to compete. The U.S. auto industry will step up. I'll expand capacity so the United States, not China, leads the world in modern new technology. We're going to make it easier for American consumers to move to the vehicles of the future. By building a network of 500,000 charging stations across the country, we're offering consumers rebates to swap older, fuel-efficient cars. We're going to move in a direction that technology is taking us and making sure the UAW leads the way in how we do it. Together, this will mean 1 million good new jobs in the auto industry. Folks, it's an example of how we can do anything. I'm more optimistic about what we have a chance to do in the next 4 to 6 years, 8 years, than any time in my whole career. The blinders have been taken off the American people. They've seen what the combination of the pandemic, the economic crisis, the racial inequality we're facing, and what's going on internationally. And they're ready to step up. They know we have to change. Nothing is beyond the capacity of the United States of America. And I mean that. Think about it. We're the only country in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went in because of who we are. As I've said to other world leaders, never underestimate the American people. There's no quit in America. There's none. In America, we can do anything that we need to do if we can do it together. Nothing can stop us. You know, we have to come together. That's why I'm running. I'm running as a proud Democrat for the Senate. When I ran as a proud Democrat for Vice President. And I'm running as a proud Democrat for President. But I promise you this, I will govern as an American president. I'll govern for everyone who voted for me as well as against me. We can be better than what we've seen. We can be what we are at our best, the United States of America. So vote, vote. Visit iwill.com/Ohio. God bless you. God bless the auto workers. God protect. Thank you. Which way am I going?
All right, so that was Joe Biden from earlier speaking in Toledo, Ohio. One of two campaign events he had in the Buckeye State earlier today. This is Andrew Kraft with news now from Fox, one of their digital journalists. It's about 7:45 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 10:45 p.m. on the East Coast. And we want to switch gears now to play out some stories from our local sister stations around the
telling us multiple people have been shot in West Philadelphia.
More gun violence on the streets of Philadelphia, guys.
We begin with breaking news in North Philadelphia, where a mother and her unborn child are both dead and a man is fighting for his life. All three the latest victims of gun violence in our city.
Hi. Can you head to a shooting on the 3600 block of North 19th Street, please? We have one shot so far.
Sometimes being a journalist or even a photojournalist, it has its challenges, especially working in the city that you were born and raised in. Back in July, I got assigned 3 shootings that day, but there was one shooting in particular that I couldn't stop thinking about. It was in West Philly, the 5900 block of Spring Street. It was broad daylight, 17 shots were fired, but to make it worse, it was at a kid's birthday party. I'm about to go meet up with one of our photographers who has been in this game way longer than I have, who have seen a lot being a news photographer. I want to talk to him and see how he coped with the constant shootings that's going on in some of the neighborhoods that him and I both grew up in. Back in July, I got assigned a couple shootings. And, you know, in this business and when we out on the streets, you never know where you're going to go. We never know what assignment we're going to get. So this particular day, I just so happened to go to my second shooting of the day, 2 of 3. Now, when I get down there, it was 17 shell cases on the ground. It's broad daylight. And, you know, typically we go out, we shoot, we get the sound, and that's it. And then we leave, we go home. But for whatever reason, this particular assignment, it got to me. And I think it's because it was at a kid's birthday party. The shift is over, I go home, and I'm fine. But then 2-3 days later, I'm still thinking about it, If I keep thinking about something, then I'm thinking about a solution. I got to figure out what I can do. So I wanted to talk to you because, I mean, you've been working here, you've been in this business for years. How do you particularly deal with these types of situations? Because me, I thought I was numb to it.
It's the same thing. I thought I was numb to it. I started to get to a place where I can't go anywhere in the city and not see some type of negativity. It starts to haunt you like if you was walking through a cemetery. I can drive through the city and just point out different places where there was a fire over there, there was a shooting over there, some kid was stabbed over there. I will say, you gotta try and block it out. You gotta try and, like, I guess, compartmentalize.
You drop the DC numbers. Right now I'm in North Philly, which is considered one of the worst parts of the city. As a kid, I moved around a lot, but this was a neighborhood, an area that I grew up in. And, you know, every time I drive through here, it breaks my heart to know that there is still so much gun violence that's going on. So with that being said, I'm about to meet up with a young guy who still lives in the midst of gun violence.
16 Blue Line is not. That's my hotel.
A lot of people going to jail for carrying guns and doing this and that because they scared for their life. My friend just got shot playing football. He played football. He don't never shot a gun a day in his life. He just around the wrong people, around the wrong time. Come through, get shot. Now we look bad, and you feel what I'm saying? It just look bad all around. It look bad for him in college. It look bad for us as a neighborhood. It just look bad. Right here, this is the center. You feel what I'm saying? So everything that's going on, all the killings around here, is coming through this block. Believe it or not, it's either one of us shooting one of them, or one of them shooting one of us. That's why I feel like I gotta move personally. Like, damn, I gotta move. Like, I might die just for being around. In the hood, people glorify killers. So if you kill somebody, you get that high step. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why people feel like they could kill somebody or do whatever they want just to feel a certain type of way, and not knowing there's consequences that come with that. That person that you killed has family, has a mother, has a brother, has a father that's ready to retaliate on your actions. You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of crimes don't get solved. A lot of crimes people don't go to jail for. So it's still people, family members that's going to take matters into their own hands now. That's how beef start. It's a trap, literally. Feel what I'm saying? So you got to have like a smart mindset to get out of the trap. You feel what I'm saying? That's by any means necessary. Some people sell drugs to make money just to, you know, flip that money to get out the hood. Some people go to work every day, have 9 to 5s. Everybody do different things to make money just to get out the hood. You make the best out of every situation you get put in. So if you stuck in a trap in the hood or whatever the case may be, then you have to find a way to figure a way to get out.
So sometimes that is doing drugs, robbing, stealing.
See, people do drugs to ease the pain.
The pain of what? Living in the hood?
Everything. Violence, death, losing family members, struggling, not paying bills.
So do you feel like there's hope?
No.
Unfortunately, that's the reality for many black people that live in that neighborhood and also neighborhoods alike. So with that being said, I'm on my way to meet up with mental health specialist Dr. Angel Richardson, who can hopefully help me to unpack what I heard and also help me to understand the why behind it all.
I think one of the things that's really important is when we're thinking about violence in any community, right? Often when people live in a community where violence occurs, they start to think that that's what's normal, right? So especially our children can create a life view or a world view that incorporates trauma, that incorporates grief, that incorporates loss. And so they think this is what's supposed to happen, this is what always happens, and my life is always going to have grief and loss and death and violence in it. So it's really hard for them to think that there's a different way that life is supposed to be. There's a lot of stuff going on in our world, right? We have violence that's going on. Clearly we have violence against black and brown people. And clearly we have a lot of trauma that we are experiencing. The earlier that people seek mental health help, the earlier that people are able to get interventions, the better their outcomes can be. Just because you have a trauma in your childhood, just because you have a trauma in your young adulthood, does not mean that you have to have a future that is horrible.
I'm on my way to Southwest Philly. Now, Southwest Philly is one of the hotbeds for gun violence in the city, and quite frankly, I'm there covering shooters way too much. I'm going out there to go see a young man named Ramir Jones. Now, Ramir is a junior at the George Washington Carver High School for Engineering and Science, and they are a Blue Ribbon school. They're a Blue Ribbon public school right here in Philadelphia. And you wouldn't think those are the type of kids who have to deal with gun violence, but they have to go back to their neighborhoods and deal every day. Tell me how gun violence has affected you.
So one prominent example I can give you is at my school, one of the students was actually shot. So, you know, with a murder, it usually just affects a family from what you see. This is the stuff you don't see. At the school, we had a full day where students like broke down. You know, you might get to school all happy, and then to find out your friend you with from 3rd to 4th period, he will never be there again. It really hit you like, yo, that's crazy. So just thinking about that, how like, yo, you don't gotta be on the block all day to get hit with drugs, get hit with gunshots, etc. You know, you could be minding your business and it could still happen.
So how does that, you know, translate into the community?
In the black community, we have trauma, but a lot of the time we're desensitized to it. We may have other counterparts to where they mom and dad might go through a divorce and they're in therapy for a certain amount of months. To where here, we might not even have a mom and dad, yet we still don't have the therapy. We still don't have that trauma-related work to really give us back our sense to what's happening. When somebody dies, everything stops. But the community, they keep on go about their day. No, you really gotta sit there and think about it. Yo, that's crazy. Somebody really just died. Their family won't have their dad, their son, their daughter, etc. It's traumatizing how we don't really see it like that. We may see the news and be like, okay, they're dead. What to do next? Or come back the next day like, okay, I done grieved enough, 24 hours, whatever, and now I'm back to doing what I usually do.
So I'm driving up to the Hunting Park section of the city, an area that myself and also Starlin grew up in. And with all the homicides and the gun violence that's going on in the city, I felt that it was only right that I talked to someone that actually pulled the trigger before and shot someone. I'm trying to get an understanding of what would make somebody actually pull that trigger.
As long as I got a gun in my hand, I got your life, and I got, like, you in fear of me.
What age were you when you held your first gun?
About 16. 16.
What age were you when you took that first shot?
16.
Kind of elaborate on that a little bit more.
Like, basically, I was 16. I didn't have nowhere to go. I was in high school. I was homeless at the time. And at the time, I had no money. So I was, you know, running around doing what I got to do. I robbing, whatever I got to do. And I only started robbing because I got robbed. Like, when I first got robbed, he took everything from me. He took my social, like stuff he can't use or shouldn't be able to use, he took. He took my money, he took everything. So it was like, all right, it's up from now. Like, I'm taking anything from anybody. We got different people in the community that's trying to change it, like Ryan, as I think the seed. But it's just gonna continue to happen. People greedy, people got vendettas from old deaths, from generations after generation, so it's not gonna ever stop.
Sometimes when I get a little overwhelmed by some of the things we cover in the story, I like to head to my old neighborhood to find some inspiration or to be uplifted. So I'm headed up to Hunting Park, talk to my man Ryan Harris from As I Plant a Seed. He does a lot of work in the community with the youth, and I just want to go see what he's talking about. Maybe we can talk to some of the kids too. Tell me about this place we're standing in.
So it's been a long time coming. It's in a lot better shape than it was. This is a place that I hold dear to my heart. About 2 years ago, our organization came together to get a building for the community, for the youth, somewhere they can have a place that they call their own. This is just going to be an open space, a fellowship area for the community to have a little different events, very small events, but more intimate. Just a space for them to call their own, that they don't have to pay a lot of money to have a nice place to have an event, whether it be a baby shower or town hall, whatever. We're going to make this place useful. I deal with a lot of youth. Some of the youth are a part of the problem. Some of the youth are fighting against the problem, being leaders. I know both. I try to be a mentor to both.
Okay, so tell me what that looks like.
A lot of kids that come out of my program, out of the Talk to Me mentorship program, we teach them about these things. They know that these things are not happening just because people want to do these things. They understand that the economic disparity that's in these communities is not giving nobody an opportunity to be able to be themselves. That's number one. They don't even have the guidance and proper direction to even start because the education is not even being given.
But what can we do about that?
We are at a disadvantage already. The kids, they already know that. The kids in our program, They being entrepreneurs already. They are getting vicarious experience of people that look like us, come from the same background as us, and trying to change the narrative. They have mentors that we connect them to that's outside of this community that give them hope that, you know, that could change their lives. That's one side of it, and then you got another side that the kids that they're being misunderstood and they're being a part of the problem, but they don't even know why. And the reason why is because we don't have all those resources and they don't have no outlets. They're taking the money out of the schools. There's no extracurricular activities for them to go to afterwards. They're taking all the arts and music out of all the programs out of the school. What do you ask the kids to do? If you're not athletic, if you can't play basketball, you can't play football, then what do the other kids do? You get into stuff.
But why do you think that is?
If we talk about survival of the fittest, when you don't have something and you need it, you gotta go get it. And then when it comes to the point where you need it, to the point where you need to leave, you're gonna take it for your survival. And that's what's going on. And they feeling like they, you know, in survival mode, if you will, or they're feeling like there's no hope, so I have to do this. And then once it becomes, I have to do this, and it becomes easy, then it becomes a lifestyle. Then they get caught up in a system that's not designed for us. A lot of them don't have fathers, whether they be locked up or they dead or they just not around because they probably haven't been taught, because they didn't have the mentorship or the fatherhood that they needed to be a better father. So that's one of the biggest problems. You're gonna have all these single homes, single parent homes, if you asking a mom to choose between trusting in the man, that the black man, that the society already say ain't no good, or trusting in a system that's gonna pay your rent every month so you can feed your kids. Some people might not be doing everything they should be doing, you know? Everybody lack doing what they're supposed to do, and some people close to me do it. So I'm gonna cry every day, or I'm gonna make it work, or I'm gonna give people what they need or the resources so they can understand, you know what I mean? So we can get the power together and move together as a unit. Ain't no need to get my panties in a bunch. If I cried, what we gonna get accomplished?
Naja Smith is one of the young ladies in his program.
So when children or like young people are put in a safe space where they could be themselves and they could just, you know, actually find themselves and find out more about them and what they like to do and what makes them happy, then that's actually when people start to gravitate to you, and that's what this program changed for me. And that's how I actually started to fight against the violence and stuff like that I was a part of before. Yes, it's getting better because people are starting to realize what's happening isn't right, it's not okay, it shouldn't be normal, it shouldn't be something that's just, okay, yeah, another day, and it's happening. Because that's what we normalize to. We normal to seeing what we see every day. We walk out of our house and see the same houses looking the same, see the same blocks looking the same, see the same people living in those houses from years and years and years and years ago. And that's how that trauma even build up, because ain't nobody really changing. But when this change starts to come, that's when people got to start getting up, whether they want to move or not.
When we be having these conversations about black on black crime, a lot of times I feel like it's a slap in the face, because there's a whole lot of intelligent people that know, that can report the right stuff or that can say the right things, and they just not saying it, and they acting like they don't understand why the crime rate is the way it is. It's because there's no cash flow, as you're saying, coming through this community.
There's no doubt that gun violence is a huge problem in our community. There's also no doubt that we live in one of the most poverty-stricken cities in the nation, which has more to do with the crime than skin color. The good news is there's a lot of folks out there fighting a good fight, and all they need is a little bit of help, whether that's financial or that's effort. A little bit of compassion and a little bit of understanding goes a long way.
Doing this piece was a challenge and emotional all at the same time, especially going back to some of my old neighborhoods and talking to people that live with trauma and also gun violence every single day. Black on black crime, it's not a real thing. It's a label that's been put on the black community for a very long time. Poverty, drugs, and most importantly, hopelessness contributes to the gun violence that's going on in the city. So to wrap this up and to sum everything up, this all started with me going out to West Philly and seeing those shell cases on the ground, then finding out it was at a kid's birthday party, which hurt me the most. Understanding that, yo, I gotta do something, right? I'm out here shooting getting these shots, showing what's going on. But I got to do something. I got to do something else. What's your best advice you can give to me, being a veteran in this game?
Don't take it personal. You don't know what's going on in these people's lives. And try to be the light. Show people that there's a different way. And self-care. Take care of yourself. Put your mask on first. Yeah. Like they say on the plane, put your mask on first, and then help others. And we have more obstacles than most in this country, but we're built for it.
Hey, can you head to a shooting on the 1500 block of South Napa Street? Not only 3 people shot, including an 11-year-old kid.
All right, that was from our Fox sister station, Fox 29, WTXF, out of Philadelphia, chronicling the struggle that black Americans face, especially black Philadelphians living in the inner city of the city of brotherly love. That was called Our Race Reality Through the Lens. But we want to switch gears now to another event that was happening today that some of you may not have known about. And that was out of Norfolk, Virginia, where you're looking in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. And it was 2 decades today that the USS Cole came under attack, and the U.S. Navy put this commemoration on. So we want to leave you with this somber remembrance today that the Navy put on in Norfolk, Virginia. You'll remember that 17 crew members were lost in the attack on the USS Cole at the very tail end of President Clinton's last term. Until then, not many Americans had heard the phrase Al-Qaeda or Osama bin Laden. Just a few months before 9/11, this attack happened, killing 17 sailors. And you'll remember seeing a wide hole on the side of the USS Cole, blown up by the terrorists. And that was 20 years ago to this day. Let's listen into that right now.
Ready, 2. Retire the colors.
Order! Colors! Right! Face! Forward! March!
Chaplain Hazel will now lead us in the invocation.
Let us pray. God of us all, of our fathers and our mothers, of our husbands and our wives, of our sons and our daughters, God of us all here today, we open our hearts and our minds to this time of remembrance. We ask that you bless the stories told here today and the storytellers. Bless us in listening that we may draw deeper meaning from what is shared here today more than ever before. And use this time to remind us that each one of us who were shaped by the events on the USS Cole 20 years ago are connected across the past and the present and into a shared future. Remind us that these brave men and women 20 years ago who trained together, worked together, lived together, and in a time of reckoning, depended on each other like never before. They modeled for us what it means to be a part of the United States Navy. Indeed, what it means for us all to live out lives of honor, courage, and commitment. So, Father, we thank you. And we praise you for the opportunity to share this time together, to lift up the memories and all the more the love they had for their families, for the sailor to the left of them and the sailor to the right of them, for their Navy and their nation. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Guests, please be seated. Ship's company, parade rest. Our first speaker today is Admiral Chris Grady, a native of Newport, Rhode Island, and a graduate of the University of Notre Dame. He is the current commander of United States Fleet Forces Command based here in Norfolk, Virginia. He mans, trains, and equips over 125 ships, 1,000 aircraft, 110,000 active duty service members, and government employees. As commander of U.S. Fleet Forces Command, he is responsible for providing combat-ready forces forward to numbered fleets and combatant commanders around the globe in support of U.S. national interests. In addition to commanding U.S. Fleet Forces Command, Admiral Grady is also the commander of U.S. Naval Forces Northern Command, commander U.S. Naval Forces Strategic Command, and Joint Force Maritime Component Commander for U.S. Strategic Command. During past assignments, he commanded the U.S. Navy 6th Fleet, Striking and Support Forces NATO, Naval Surface Force Atlantic, Carrier Strike Group 1, USS Carl Vinson, Carrier Strike Group, Destroyer Squadron 22, USS Chief, USS Ardent, and most notably, USS Cole.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for joining us here on this very special occasion. First to Admiral Scholl, Commodore Kinney, Commander Pledger, and all of Team Cole, thank you for coordinating such a fitting event here on the 20th Remembrance. You know, the story of USS Cole is one of remarkable heroism, exceptional toughness, and a fierce determination, and it is also a story of solemn sacrifice. As such, the story of USS Cole represents a pivotal chapter in our Navy's proud history. And so, owing to the significance of Cole's story to our Navy and our nation, today we pause in places spanning the globe to remember those that we lost too soon, to honor the heroic actions of the crew, and to reflect on our responsibility to carry Cole's legacy forward. And thus, I am personally deeply honored to be right here on this October 12th, 2020, together with all of Team Cole, as we look back on that fateful day 20 years ago. Nowhere was that event felt more deeply than right here with the families, the friends, and the shipmates of the 17 sailors we lost. And so today, 2 decades later, before their ever mighty USS Cole, we are honored to gather with you, the Cole Gold Star families, and reaffirm our sacred bond. We stand with you, we support you, and we will never forget your sacrifice. And I know that not just on days like today, but every day, you grieve the loss of your loved one. And while grief from loss may change through the years, it never leaves us. So it is that I am incredibly humbled by your strength, your dignity, and your grace. That strength, dignity, and grace is perhaps best exemplified by Mrs. Mona Gunn, who recently completed her term as president of the American Gold Star Mothers, an organization committed to ensuring others who suffer from tragedy never do so alone. Mona, I applaud you for keeping alive the memory of your son, Sharon, by serving others and perpetuating the noble principles and ideals for which he served. I'd also like to welcome Rear Admiral Jay Foley, who commanded our Surface Force Atlantic Fleet in 2000. Jay and his wife Charlene were intimately involved with the families from the very beginning of this story. Thank you both for being here. You deserve enormous credit for forming that sacred bond between the Navy and our Gold Star families. Thank you for being here. As we mark this solemn milestone of 20 years since this insidious attack, it is essential we recognize the extraordinary acts of the Cole crew that fateful day and in the ones that followed. And as is true in every chapter of our Navy's story, our Cole sailors rose to the occasion. They upheld our finest traditions by rescuing their shipmates, fighting to save their ship under extremely arduous conditions, and in doing so, they personified our Navy and our American fighting spirit. This is why, again, I am immensely proud to welcome our Cole heroes this morning. I am so pleased to see so many here despite the challenges of this pandemic. And I'm also grateful that this event is being streamed and broadcast live for those who could not make it. So on behalf of each of you, I'd like to extend a special welcome to Commander Kirk Lippold, who commanded Cole, to Captain Chris Peterschmidt, who served as XO, and to Command Master Chief James Parlier, the Command Master Chief at the time. Thank you, sirs, for being here. The famed American author and psychiatrist Irving Yalom once wrote that each of us creates expanding circles of influence around ourselves that may affect others for years, even generations. He evoked this image of ripples in a pond, propagating farther and farther from their source. The ripples created by our actions are felt by others, even without our knowing. And from time to time, a seemingly simple act spreads out like a ripple on a pond, but strike those around us like a tidal wave. What impact we have and where that is felt is tough to predict, and rarely do we get feedback on how meaningful our influence has been. Even less often do we learn how, as a direct result of our actions, those who we have influenced have gone on to positively influence others. I can think of no better illustration of this ripple effect than USS Cole. And to show you what I mean, I would like to share this video with you.
Battle Stations 21 is certainly the most significant training the recruits receive in terms of emotional impact. These recruits are getting out of it exactly what's intended, and that is that emotional shock and to go through some fear, and no place else does that like we do it here. The Cole is being honored every day with the recruits that come through this trainer. So for me, a USS Cole survivor, to be working here, I can't imagine ever doing anything else. It is immensely rewarding. I'm Jason Mosier, and I was an FC3 on the USS Cole in 2000. When the attack occurred, I was in the mess line. It was a normal day up until that point. Then, as I'm in the mess line for lunch, there's this huge, loud, very sudden and brief popping sound, and everything went dark and quiet, and there was a acrid smoke in the air. It was surreal, to say the least, and for myself and those around me, it took a moment for any kind of rational thought of what to do kicked in. Yeah, but the initial moment of the attack was pretty disorienting for everybody that I was around.
U.S. Navy officials in Bahrain today said suspected suicide bombers
badly damaged in a terrorist attack in Yemen.
American sailors were killed, injured, missing.
Yemen today, the USS Cole was maneuvered.
Yeah, well, I came to Great Lakes in 2003 for my shore duty, and Battle Stations at that time was a series of mock-ups that recruit division commanders here at boot camp had put together in one of the old warehouses that no longer exists now. So it was awesome for me to be able to see this being built literally from the ground up. As I worked here, I had the opportunity to visit on a somewhat regular basis and see things progress. When it came time for me to get out of the Navy in 2006, the word went out that the contractors were hiring people to work here. Literally every new sailor that has come into the Navy since before I started working here in, not just at Battle Station, but before I came to the Naval Station Great Lakes in 2003, at that time, the USS Cole was incorporated into that legacy battle stations. In less than 3 years after the attack on the Cole, it was already being kept fresh in every generation of sailor that has come through boot camp. That in itself can't be quantified. It's amazing to still see that happening.
There were sailors on there that were heroes, that went in there and saved their shipmates and put their lives before everybody else's. And they died doing that. You need to put forth every effort to get inside wherever those bodies are at and to get them out. Because you know what? That might be you someday. I'm going to save my shipmates no matter what. No matter what, I will save my shipmate. I will go in there, I will grab them, and I will get out as soon as possible.
The event takes place at first on a mess deck, which is basically wrecked. It's made to look like the entire mess deck was just destroyed in an explosion. The clock on that mess deck is set to the time of the attack on the USS Cole. And the rest of the details are, I won't discuss them, but they're designed to impress what might actually happen to people in such an attack on the recruits. It has a pretty powerful effect. I think the clock is the biggest one, though. The clock being set to the time it's significant, to me. It's a good way, I think, to memorialize the Cole in a really tangible way. Again, every sailor that's come through boot camp in the last 17 years has been reminded of it and been reminded of its impact. Sending sailors to the fleet with this training just gives me hope that they'll be able to respond better. The crew of the Cole fought very hard and very effectively to save that ship. So that's not a critique of the actions of my shipmates, but I can only imagine that with an experience like this under their belts, it'll just cause them to act sooner and fight even better and more effectively than we did on the Cole. But I think the most important legacy is that today the Cole is sailing. She's out there. Even with as much damage as she took, she returned to the fight. And the Cole's motto is Gloria Mercés Virtutis, which is glory is the reward of valor. And I think she's exemplifying that today with the recovery and how quickly she returned to sea. I think as long as the USS Cole is at sea, it will be a reminder to the Navy and the rest of the world that we're not going down easy. If you try to knock us down, we're going to come back in surprising ways, like we did with the Cole. The most important thing to me about working here and keeping the Cole's legacy going is hoping that the families and the loved ones of those who lost some of my shipmates can know that that loss is not in vain, and that every day they're being honored, their memory is being honored by what's going on here at Battle Stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, Petty Officer Mosier is here with us today, so how about a round of applause for Jason Mosier? You know, as I said, sometimes the ripples we create strike with the effect of a tidal wave, and I am proud that we honor the sacrifice of our 17 sailors and the heroism of the entire Cole crew through things like Battle Stations 21. This is just one example of how our current generation of sailors, our entire Navy, benefits from their legacy. And as we study the Cole Heroes' actions, we don't have to look far to discover where they drew their inspirations. The Cole Heroes were unquestionably influenced by the ripples formed by their ship's namesake. Marine Sergeant Darrell Samuel Cole is his name. Sergeant Cole was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for his dauntless initiative, unwavering courage, and indomitable determination during the Battle of Iwo Jima 25 years ago in World War II. And we are grateful to be joined today by Sergeant Cole's family. And I hope for the family, you can see how Sergeant Cole's heroic actions have inspired bravery among the Cole crew over 50 years later and continues 75 years later as each sailor is inspired by their own determined warrior spirit. In keeping with the ripple effect, we thought it would be poignant, given the occasion, for some of us who have intersected with Cole over the last 20 years to share our insights into the true extent of our 17 and the Cole Heroes' influence. And so it is my great honor to welcome Admiral Bob Natter. The ideas of legacy, service, and sacrifice are very familiar to him. Each of his 6 brothers served in uniform. Both of his sisters married servicemen. All 3 of his daughters chose to extend their time and the Natter legacy by serving in the Navy as well. Much like the Cole crew, Admiral Natter is intimately familiar with the demands of combat. As an officer in charge of a SEAL support craft during the Vietnam War, he and his crew were suddenly ambushed by enemy forces. Admiral Natter, with 10 of his shipmates, was blown overboard and wounded in the attack. And despite his injuries, Admiral Natter distinguished himself by reboarding the vessel and maneuvering it to enable his team to deliver suppressing fire in return. And much like all of our Cole Heroes, Admiral Natter put himself before others. Put others before himself. As the last Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Atlantic Fleet and the first Commander of U.S. Fleet Forces Command, Admiral Natter serves as a personal...
All right, you've been watching a commemorative ceremony there in Norfolk, Virginia, put on by the U.S. Navy to honor the memory of those 17 U.S. sailors who lost their lives back 20 years ago. Today, in the year 2000, Bill Clinton was still president. Many Americans hadn't yet heard of Al-Qaeda or Osama bin Laden. It was several months right before 9/11 when the USS Cole, the American destroyer, was attacked in the Gulf of Aden. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for joining us for News Now from Fox Tonight. It's about 8:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11:30 p.m. at night on the East Coast. Let's take a live look right now. It's a dark, gloomy, it was a dark, gloomy day outside in the nation's capital. You're taking a live look right there of the White House, the executive residence. I want to take you now over to 6th Avenue in New York City. Also rainy there. That's right outside Fox News World headquarters on Avenue of the Americas there, and you're seeing Radio City Music Hall as well. Well, we have a whole night of programming for you on our playlist. But we want to start out by playing the confirmation hearings from today of Judge Amy Coney Barrett. We'll bring you live coverage all day tomorrow as well of those blockbuster marathon proceedings in the Senate Judiciary Committee. But for now, have a good night.
Supreme Court for upholding the law and said, and I quote, "If I win the presidency, my judicial appointments will do the right thing, unlike Bush's appointee, John Roberts, on Obamacare, end quote. And when he appointed Judge Barrett to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat, the president said that eliminating the Affordable Care Act would be, quote, a big win for the USA. Judge Barrett, you've been critical of Chief Justice Roberts for his 5-4 opinion upholding the law, stating that Roberts, quote, pushed the Affordable Care Act beyond its plausible meaning to save the statute, end quote. This well could mean that if Judge Barrett is confirmed, Americans stand to lose the benefits that the ACA provides. So I hope you will clarify that in this hearing. First, more than 130 million Americans with pre-existing conditions like cancer, asthma, or even COVID-19 could be denied coverage or charged more to obtain health insurance. This includes more than 16.8 million Californians with pre-existing conditions. And we are just one state, but I think you should know how we feel. Secondly, some 12 million working Americans are covered through the ACA's Medicaid expansion. If the act is struck down, they lose their health care. Third, more than 2 million Americans under the age of 26 are covered by their parents' health insurance, and they could lose that coverage. Fourth, insurers could charge higher premiums for women simply because of their gender. And fifth, women could lose access to critical preventive services and maternity care, including cancer screenings and well woman visits. Now, the bottom line is this. There have been 70 attempts to repeal the ACA, but clearly the effort to dismantle the law continues, and they are asking the Supreme Court to strike down the Affordable Care Act. This, I believe, will cause tremendous harm. Consider people like Christina Monroe Garcia of my home state. At age 60, Christina's eyesight started to fail because of cataracts. She had always struggled to obtain insurance because of pre-existing conditions, including C-sections and epilepsy. The cost of coverage, when it was even offered to her, averaged between $2,500 and $3,000 a month, far more than she and her husband could afford. In 2010, she was able to obtain coverage through the Affordable Care Act. Within weeks, she was able to have cataract surgery. This saved her life. Christina described her reaction when she was able to get coverage through the California Health Exchange following passage of the ACA. And let me quote, "It was like manna from heaven. I cried. After all these years of struggling to obtain coverage, I was able to get insurance through the California Exchange, no questions asked about my pre-existing conditions. The premium was worth $200 a month as compared to the $2,500 to $3,000 monthly payments I would have to pay before the ACA if I could even get an insurer to offer me coverage." As Christina further explained, and I quote, "People just don't understand what it was like, the incredible fear before the Affordable Care Act, having to worry about being able to cover medical expenses and not being able to find affordable insurance," end quote.